States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming tonight. Okay, so Chief, what we have on the agenda is for you to do your reports. Jeff had asked me to have you do a little bit of an update on Plattical Avenue lighting because it's an issue that we've been talking about for a long time, and as the attempted rapes seem to keep happening on Plattical Avenue, we'd like to sort of know the status of the lighting, the DWI contract, the urgent contract, and then some dispatcher appointments.
Correct.
So why don't we start with your reports?
All right, for the reports, I have two reports for October and November. We'll do the October report first. For the month of October, we had 4 defensive action reports. The defensive action reports, the first one involved 3 defensive action reports from officers. Involved a 22-year-old female, weight 5'7", 140 pounds, medium build. She was charged with disorderly conduct and resisting arrest. Upon arrival of officers attempting to take the individual into custody for disorderly conduct, the person became combative, kicking at officers. A lay sweep was conducted, bringing her to the ground. At the time she was on the ground, she continued kicking at the officers, where the second officer put her in an arm bar and wrist lock. And the third officer assisting was the sergeant who threatened to use the taser as she was still kicking at the officers. He deployed the taser, advising her to stop resisting and to comply with the officers, otherwise she would be tased. At that point, she did comply. She was handcuffed, but then continued fighting with the officers all the way to the car and in the car. No injuries or no further action. The second defensive action, there were 2 reports filed. Had to do with a 26-year-old male, Hispanic, 5'7", 175 pounds, being charged with disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, and obstructing governmental administration. Subject was involved in a fight, ignored verbal commands to stop fighting. One officer used an asp to strike the subject in the thigh area. The second officer also used an asp and also struck at the lower extremities. The individual continued to fight and jumped on one of the deputies' backs. Another deputy that arrived deployed the taser, and you won't see a taser defensive action because that's not our agency using it, but we reported it's involved with us. They used the taser. The subject was eventually handcuffed. Again, after the first deployment of the taser, he did continue to fight again, but was able to be handcuffed. He was treated by the rescue squad and brought to a local hospital for minor injuries as a result from the taser and from the fall. The next one has 1 defensive action report. Has to do with a 21-year-old male, 5'11", white, 165 pounds, medium build. Subject was charged with disorderly conduct. The initial call for the gentleman was a mental health call where we were waiting for rescue for transport. He became combative and punched the officer in the face, at which time he was taken to the ground and handcuffed. He was transported, but not for any injury, but for the original mental health call. The fourth defensive action, 1 report filed, a 22-year-old male, white, 5'5", 160 pounds, small build. Individual was charged with attempt to kidnap, reckless endangerment of property, and disorderly conduct. This was one of the attempted abductions on the Plattical Avenue, Hasbrook Avenue area. When the subject was taken into custody, he attempted to bite at the officer when he was being handcuffed into the car, seatbelted into the car, at which time the officer used a pressure point in order to get him to comply and slide over to be seatbelted in without any further incident. We have we just have the compliments and accommodations. First one is for Officer Rizzo. who received-
I'm sorry, Dan, can you please just turn the microphone towards the chief? I just realized that, is that one dead? You're not that loud.
Sure,
so
you're
you
saying
have
no back there.
to- You need to use the microphone.
And this is like a regular class where everybody sits in the back of the room? I see how this works, all right. We had 5 compliments for the month of October. First one was for Officer Rizzo. I received a call, an email from a resident. Just wanted to give compliment to Officer Rizzo, who responded to her house for a medical issue for her daughter. Basically said he was terrific. She had a hard time breathing. The officer was calm, kind, helpful, and very, very pleasant. Made a scary morning more easier to manage, and was really grateful. So I sent that to the officer, as well as thanking him and expressing her gratitude. The next one was Officer Bernhardtson. Again, we just passing along a heartfelt thank you from an individual in town who was called to express his appreciation for his professionalism and how great he handled his daughter's accident that she encountered. Some of these are just very brief, but I think it's very important to share with the officers as well when we receive them. The other one is from the Agribusiness Child Development Center. Along with other agencies, we conduct the seatbelt safety check for child seats. And 2 of our officers, Officer Brianne Quigley and Officer Robert Sisko, was part of that and assisted in one of their events that was conducted. And it's a letter just of appreciation to everyone that assisted on that event. The next one is from a resident that had, as you recall, a car turned over in her parking lot. Wanted to take a moment to thank all the officers that helped during this case. It was Officer Knoth, Officer Quigley, and also Officer James. They couldn't have been more reassuring, informative, and helpful in what was certainly a bizarre early morning experience. Please thank them all on her behalf, and share the gratitude for yourself and the fine department that we've created.
That was the car that was overturned when the students came back at the beginning of the semester?
Correct, yeah. They a lot of energy in the middle of the night. The other one's for Officer Brianne Quigley, again for another child safety seat installation. Just wanted to send a little note to say thank you so much for safely installing both of our car seats. Always such a pleasure to talk to her and have all their best.
Great.
That's it for October. November, we have 3 defensive action reports, and again, 5 accommodations.
It's always nicer when we have more accommodations and
Yes.
defensive action.
Which has, I think, been more common than not, which is nice to see. The first one has 4 reports filed involving 3 different subjects. This was a large fight that took place where a few people were arrested, and 3 of which had defensive action reports filed. One individual, 22-year-old male, black, 5'4", 150 pounds, medium build, charges of disorderly conduct, resisting arrest, reckless endangerment. Being combative, fighting, refused to stop to the directive of the officers. Individual was taken to the ground and continued to struggle and kick at officers, but a takedown procedure was used along with an arm bar from another officer in order to cuff the individual. No injuries reported. The other subject, a 23-year-old black male, 5'5", 140 pounds, charged with disorderly conduct and resisting arrest. Time he was told that he was under arrest, he refused to comply and attempted to pull away from the officer. and refusing to be handcuffed. A wrist lock was deployed, and subject was eventually handcuffed with the assistance of a sheriff deputy as well. Third individual, a 21-year-old female, 5'3", 120 pounds, small build, disorderly conduct, resisting arrest. Attempted to place her into custody for disorderly conduct. She pushed at the officer and tried to walk away. The officer grabbed her arm, attempted to bring her to the ground, where she continued to pull away until taken to the ground and eventually handcuffed. Again, no injury on that. The next defensive action, 2 reports were filed. 24-year-old female, white, 5'2", 170 pounds, large build, charged with burglary, possession of burglary tools, criminal mischief, and grand larceny. Officers responded to a burglary in progress. 2 officers that arrived at the scene, hearing the person coming down the steps of the location, drew their firearms, ordered the person to put their hands up, and once secured, guns were secured, and the subject was taken into custody without any further. The last defensive action, 2 reports filed. 21-year-old male, Hispanic, 5'6", 150 pounds, medium build, charged with unlawful possession of marijuana. The officers responded to a report of a fight with a knife. Again, when the officers arrived, observed the subject trying to flee the scene with handguns drawn, ordered him to drop anything in his hands and put his hands up, and the person was secured and arrested without anything further. No knife was found, just the marijuana. And then we have the letters of commendation. One of the letters came from the Ulster County District Attorney's Office, one of the assistants, just wanting to make us aware of 2 felony DWI arrests that were conducted and prosecuted, and individuals pled guilty and will be serving prison time. Basically, she wanted to express the gratitude of what a good job the officers did. The narratives in the video that was included in the prosecution made it that successful, so there didn't have to be a trial. One of the important notes in this that you may have seen, there was a defense attorney that was mentioned in it that represented at least one of these individuals, who is very well known for challenging and very high profile. And for him to, make a plea deal to not take something to an actual blown-out trial demonstrates the great work that the officers did in documentation of the case. And that's what was really nice and important about that.
Do we still have pending litigation on that case?
No. The one that I just read, no. There's 2 of them, and they'll be serving prison time. Because they're felonies, obviously, there's more involved. The person will be doing 1 to 3 years in state prison.
So that litigation is being dropped, or it just hasn't been?
I'm sorry?
They had hired an attorney, I believe, to...
There was an attorney that was hired, but he's the one that pled it.
Oh, okay.
So he's saying
the
it's a very
agreement.
high-profile attorney.
So, yes.
High
Who
profile,
pleaded,
yes.
and he's
Yes.
saying that the work that the police officers did,
Yes.
Okay.
that
Good.
got the guy to basically not do his usual route.
One of the letters is from a resident that was here. Basically says, Chief Snyder, my family and I would like to express our gratitude and appreciation for the excellent police work of your officers on the evening of October 24th. They responded promptly to a 911 call. Shortly after we provided a description of the intruder, your officers found the suspects. My family and I were treated with courtesy and professionalism. Please pass on the gratitude to all the officers who responded, and thank them for job well done. And that was Officer Cisco, Carpinelli, Stroh, Sergeant Sutton, and Detective Sergeant Butler. That was another burglary case where there was an intruder actually in the house when somebody was in the upstairs. The next letter is to Detective Sergeant Butler and Detective Judge. Just passing on information, they had handled a sexual abuse case for a child that was reported, and I received a call back from the father at the conclusion of the case. Fortunately, it wasn't as it was appeared to be, based on some of the statements that first came in, but through the investigation, it was found actually to be unfounded. But during the course of the time and the professionalism of the officers, he was relieved. He was relieved that the case did not occur. However, he wanted to contact to say how professional, helpful, and comforting both of the officers were while working on this case. Their actions, I said, made their process much easier to manage. Working on cases involving kids is always more difficult, not only for the families, but also for us as investigators as well. Staying professional, conducting our job to the best of our abilities is crucial. It is apparent to me, based on this investigation, the outcome of the words of the parent, that both of Detective Sergeant Butler and Detective Judge served our community well, but reflected very well on our agency as well. And so it was a great job that they did on that. There's a letter here from the New Paltz Lions Club, just thanking us for the assistance that we did for the Halloween parade. It's an annual parade that takes place in New Paltz that is put on by the Lions Club, and just wanted to say thank you. And I like their last paragraph. The Halloween parade has grown into a true product of an entire community, which it has, and one of which you and the entire New Paltz Police Department are a vital part. Your assistance is deeply appreciated. The next letter is a compliment for that one of our dispatchers wrote up for Officer Benjamin. She received a phone call from a longtime resident who just wanted to call and compliment the good deed that was observed in car 340, which was Officer Benjamin. Officer Benjamin stopped traffic at an intersection of Plattekill Avenue and Main Street to assist an elderly lady cross the street. He was happy to see this type of generosity taking place in our community with our department. Again, it's just one of those things that a little above and beyond of our usual police work, but it's again serving our community the best we can.
That's great. Okay, thanks. Okay, so next, if you could just do a little bit of an update about the lighting situation on Plattekill Avenue. I know that way back I guess it was like maybe last year when there was an attempted rape, we had a meeting, I think it might have been a town gown meeting possibly, where you and I and Chief DeGakin spoke about the need to get more lights on Plattekill Avenue in order to make it safer for the students. And you actually went out with the mayor and Sally, I think, or was it, and Dave Dugakin or it was just Sally at that time, I think.
Well, it was over a year ago. I believe it was October of 13. We started the conversation at a town gown meeting,
Right.
and I believe we even went to a village board meeting, if I remember correctly.
Yes, we did. I was at a village board meeting and
correct.
we spoke about the lighting and the need
Yeah.
for the lighting and how we had to get acting on this.
Correct. One of the issues that we spoke about that would help deter crime would be to light up the street a little better. So we did a walkthrough. The
Right.
chief from SUNY Police, Dave DeGakin, myself, the mayor, I believe it was Sally. We identified 5
And I
telephone
think
poles.
Shirley Wright might have walked with you also from the college, possibly.
She may have, because that was right after a meeting where we
Right,
actually walked
right,
up the street, so it's
right.
possible. And it may have even been the president from the college, too.
Yeah.
It was a while ago.
Well, we had a town gown meeting at the village, which is rare.
Yes.
And we talked about it at that meeting. And so right after that meeting, you guys, I had to get back here for a meeting, but you guys went out to actually walk the street to identify what lights belong to the village, what lights belong to the college, where we could put more lights on, so we could get a handle on how to move forward on this.
Correct. And there were 5 telephone poles that we saw between Main Street and Oakwood, where we walked, that we suggested including lights. It would be an easy fix because it's inexpensive for a light, generally speaking, rather than putting in a whole new system. As we did at the police station, and that's one of the things that I said. We added a light in our parking lot on one of the telephone poles, and it's only $6 a month, I believe, or something of that nature.
So I think what it is, and the reason I brought it up with, and Joe and I had met about this, is we're now going into a second year of, I went back and found articles of the mayor and the trustees saying they're gonna get something up and nothing's happened, and now we've had 2 more attacks. So what can we do to get more lighting to make it safer for both you, the residents,
Well,
the
yeah,
students, I mean, everyone that's there, and for SUNY?
Yeah, I would say, if the town has the ability to get them installed, I don't know if it has to come from the village or not because it's located in the village, but if the town has the ability to do it, for what we're talking about cost-wise, I think, it would be, a waste not to.
But as I understand it, the poles are there,
Correct.
and the lights are turned off on those poles?
No, there's no lights on those
so we
poles.
just
There's
have
no
to-
lights, so it's a matter of them installing the lights, and then for, how much dollar, how
That's
much?
$6 a month.
So, I mean, honestly, there should be no reason why Central Hudson can't come, they can't put the lights up. I mean, I know from us with our town hall move, when we explained the situation to Central Hudson, when we thought that we would lose 2 months to get the heating up and running, and we thought we'd lose 2 months, when we explained the situation to Central Hudson, what was going on with the health and safety of the town hall employees and how we needed to get out, we couldn't wait 2 more months, they put a crew on that was on round the clock, that was there at any given moment when we got our deliveries to be there. So calling Central Hudson to say that we're trying to protect students and women walking back and forth to the college who are victims, Central Hudson would do it, right?
So actually, Joe, then I guess the easiest thing would be, could you send, and if you want me to help, perhaps I could do it with you in the morning, is, can you send an email to Susan in the morning, and then maybe Susan, you and I could call tomorrow. We'll call to Central Hudson, and then maybe we have a contact there, and then as
We
the
have a lot of
board.
contacts there now.
We have a lot of contacts, and I gotta say, I mean, CH Energy was more than responsive to us for the
Oh my
move.
God.
And
Yeah, just
as you know,
amazing.
they were very responsive in getting the light out in front of the police station
Yeah.
at South Putt too. I mean, it was asked and it was put up, so
Well, I think
let's
what
see if we can do
is, I
this,
think we
yeah.
should make the phone call, see what it's gonna take, and you know what? If
Because
the
we have
village
the
board wants to
support.
get mad at us because we said we're gonna get the lights and put them up to protect the kids, let them get mad at us.
But if you support it, and, this
I think-
board,
I think
this
it's a great
police
idea.
commission will support it, we can discuss it at our board meeting coming up in a couple of minutes, and then we can support it also as a board, and then we can call tomorrow and see if we can get one up sooner than later.
Well, I
Right
know-
now, we're all on break now, or going on break
Yeah.
now, so it'd be nice to have it return from break and actually have
And have the lights up.
Be
I know the
nice.
village spoke about, wanting to do, economical lighting on the street, and because that's down the road, they decided that they would, put these lights in. I'm actually surprised that they didn't go forward to get it done, because that was my understanding on the last meeting we had about a year ago.
Yeah.
So it has not been done. My guess is if we call Central Hudson, they'll send somebody out to look at the poles to make sure lights can be attached to these poles.
And I know Dave
should be
DeGakin
issued.
supports it, and I'm sure we can check, does Don Christian support it, but I'm sure he does. Because I know the past
You know
president
what,
did, or
actually,
maybe the,
what we could do is we could make the phone call, see what the cost is gonna be, and if we have the police, I mean, you would say that this is needed for the health, for the safety of the student, for the people who walk on Platic Hill at night, right?
Correct.
So, under the auspices of the Police Commission, for the protection and the safety of this community, the Police Commission might authorize putting these lights up, and we'll deal with the repercussions at another time. So, we'll talk to you tomorrow more about it.
Sounds good.
Okay, in regards to the DWI contract, so the DWI contract is basically the same as it always has been. The only thing that has changed is the dates.
Correct.
And you've reviewed everything, and nothing's changed, there's no...
Nothing's changed, that is just, it's an annual contract that they issue out. The only thing that's changed is funds amount, which that changes based on how much funds the county gets, and then they distribute it to different agencies.
And are they giving us more or less?
I'm sorry?
Are they giving us more or less?
This is for the crackdown
Right.
that we're speaking about. So
Well,
this
we have the, okay, wait, this is the task force agreement,
Yep.
and I have the DWI crackdown enforcement
Yes.
agreement.
Correct. We're getting a little bit less because funds have been cut. But this year, DWIs are up a little bit again. Funds are down, but we're managing.
And do you want to just quickly explain the difference between the DWI Task Force Agreement and the DWI Crackdown Enforcement
Sure.
Agreement?
Yeah, the task force is generally something that's been in effect for a long time.
Right,
It is funds that are given to the town for reimbursement for officers doing specific DWI patrols. We get a certain amount of money per year. We schedule officers to work weekends or the busy nights, that whatever it may be. If it's a holiday time, we'll select those days as well. But that is a general contract that's been out there for many, many years. The crackdown is a little newer.
right.
That is specifically, it's funds that are allocated to the town. Same concept, it's a reimbursement for when you schedule officers to work, but it's based on an agreement that certain holidays or high-risk times, we will have patrols. So it's only, I believe it's like 13 days out of the year, where the other one, we can schedule anytime we want, depending on the busyness of your community. So that one will be like New Year's Eve, Halloween, St. Patty's Day, things where there may be a high possibility of people drinking and driving.
Do they allow for Newport specifically, like when school starts?
I'm sorry?
Do they allow for Newport specifically when school
No,
starts?
it's not scheduled just for schools in session.
Or like
But
the night
Labor
before
Day,
Thanksgiving?
Labor Day, Memorial Day, the night before Thanksgiving,
Uh-huh.
any one of those nights where it's usually a high volume of people out in bars and or at parties and things of that nature.
Okay, so can I have a motion to authorize the supervisor to sign the task force contract?
So moved?
Can I have a second? Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried. Can I have a motion to authorize the supervisor to sign the crackdown enforcement contract?
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion so carried. Okay, we'll get these signed and get them out. Okay, next we have the urgent contract, which it's been in place for quite a while. I mean, we actually approved this back when I was a legislature, my first term back in 2003 or something, which is when I think it started. So we've been, as a town, a member of the urgent task force for a long time. So again, you read through this contract and nothing's changed, and it's a matter of just agreeing to be a part of urgent for another.
Correct. This is an annual agreement. We've been part of this, I believe it was 2002.
2003.
2003. And we've been part of it ever since. We have a member that's been assigned on a part-time basis based on our availability. We have a quarterly meeting with Urgent. We just had a quarterly meeting again, and it's just, other than dates changing, nothing else has changed.
Now, the only thing is, last year, I think was the first year, that Urgent actually started giving money back to the local communities.
Yeah.
So now we're actually been benefiting from not only
Correct.
the work of the Urgent Task Force, but the fact that we're actually now getting revenue back from the work.
Yes, I believe there were 2 years we actually received some funds back. One was a startup money that I believe we put in $1,500 initially to contribute. It's pretty much self-running now. The money, because there's a waiting period too when there's seizures. If you get it from Department of Justice as well as from the feds. So some are a little faster than others. But we get our quarterly reports. And depending on the funds and stuff, if they have a good seizure where they have a decent amount of funds coming in, they will distribute them out. And it may not be always at the end of the year, it may be mid-year, depending on how the funds are flowing. But at this point, nothing was released yet for this year, but I do anticipate, being part of that.
Yes, he likes to come down and bring the check and give it to us.
Yes.
So do I have a motion to have the supervisor sign the Ulster Regional Gang Enforcement Narcotics Team contract?
So moved?
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried. Okay, terrific. Okay, so now we have some dispatchers that you'd like to introduce to the
Yes.
community, potentially be sworn in tonight.
That'd be wonderful. If we have Donna Russell come up, and also Nicole Murray. These are two candidates for part-time positions that we have open. We've conducted some backgrounds, and we have successfully passed. Unlike some backgrounds or background checks that some people do in certain organizations that say they write in a check, they're in. That's not the case. We actually do backgrounds. Nicole has been a resident here for her entire life. Her dad actually worked for us part-time.
Which
also.
one's Nicole?
Nicole, there you go.
Thank you. Hi, Nicole.
I thought you would know. So her background was success, and I think she's going to be an asset to our agency, and we look forward to being part of our team. Next is Donna Rosso. She has been a resident of Highland for her entire life. She did take a little hiatus for a few years, moving out of state, but she is back, and she wants her residents to be here, hopefully for good. While she was away, she did have an opportunity to work as a dispatcher. And I'm sorry, I was talking to Nicole. Nicole works part-time in Village of Walden as a dispatcher already, so she has some experience. Donna has worked out of state at another police agency and has been a dispatcher, and I think she's going to be a great fit for our agency as well. So my recommendation would be to proceed with hiring both of them on a part-time basis.
Okay, so, I need the names again, sorry, for the motion.
Nicole Morrissey.
One second, Nicole
Sorry.
Morrissey, okay, and
And to her right, Donna Rosso.
Donna Farasso.
R-O-S-S-O.
Rosso, okay. Do I have a motion to appoint Nicole Morrissey and Donna Farasso to part-time dispatchers for the New Paltz Police Department?
So moved, and I am sorry to also say, Nicole, I remember coaching you in softball when you were about this tall, so you're making me feel my age. Thank you very much.
Second.
Okay, any
Appreciate that.
discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried. Welcome to the New Paltz Police Department. So now what you have to do is officially be sworn in, and then you really are a part of the New Paltz Police Department. So we'll have that ceremony right now. Sure, please.
Let me take pictures with you next week. You want me in the picture too?
I just need you to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I
Nicole Morrissey,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of part-time dispatcher
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of a part-time dispatcher
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations. Should you sign it there? Okay, that's it. I just need you to raise your right hand and repeat after me. I
I, Donna Rosso,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and the Constitution of the State of New York,
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of part-time dispatcher
and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of a part-time dispatcher
according to the best of my ability.
according to the best of my ability.
Congratulations. You're all set.
Okay, welcome. Okay, that's terrific. And I would like to once again thank Jeff Logan for suggesting that we bring our new hires to the Police Commission meeting and that we do the resolution and swear them in so they can meet the board, the community can meet them. It was a great idea, Jeff, and thank you for suggesting it. It's been wonderful.
And I appreciate our clerk being willing to come and swear them in.
Right, thank you,
So
Roseanne,
thank
for
you very
being
much,
so...
Roseanne. It helps us out tremendously.
We make these decisions, and then you've got to live with our decisions, and thank you for being such a good team player. We really appreciate it. Okay, so with that, Chief, is there anything else left, or anything you want to say about New Year's Eve, about...
Well, New Year's Eve for announcements, there is going to be the first time a New Paltz, well, I don't know about the first time, because I guess
We
there's
did
some
one
history.
back when
Yeah.
Gail Green was with
But
us.
the community partnership, the Greater New Paltz Community Partnership is sponsoring a New Paltz Eve this year with several events taking place and ending with a bonfire at midnight at Hasbrook Park. So that should be pretty exciting. It's getting some good publicity. It's getting out there, so tell your friends. And it's an alcohol, drug-free event. So it gives another option other than just going to bars or drinking parties. So we're looking forward to that.
Great.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
One other thing that I would share that's not on the report, but we'll be talking about more anyway, but as you were aware, one of the officers had a car accident. They were struck going through an intersection for a call. and one of the vehicles were totaled, so we'll be in contact a little more about that. It's not in this report because it just happened a couple weeks ago, so it's going to be the December report.
It's a good thing we got some new cars at the last meeting, huh?
Unfortunately, this was one of the real new ones.
Oh, that's
But,
not good.
yeah. So
Officer's
We
okay,
don't
everything
want-
is
the officer is going to be out for just a little bit, but I think he'll be okay.
Fire
But,
insurance.
yeah, it's the fault of the accident appears to be the other person, other vehicle. So we have good video and everything of it, so it's one of the nice things about the cars with the video.
Okay.
And also statements made, from the other driver as well, so. Okay. So it's just, it throws another little wrench into what we need to work on, but, we're proceeding.
Okay, so if that's it, nothing else?
So,
Okay, so do I have a motion to end the police commission meeting?
so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried. Thank you, Chief, very much. It's good to see you again.
Nice to see you as well.
Okay, so,
Yes, we had the no shave
yes.
November, yeah, so it's gone now.
yeah, that was terrific.
Yes, just a quick thing, the officers, you've probably read about it. That was the first time in New Paltz Police history where we allowed facial hair other than mustaches. And one of our sergeants asked at the staff meeting that some members have expressed interest in the No Shave November, which is a fundraiser for the American Cancer Society. I thought it was a good opportunity to raise money for a great cause and give the members of the department a little opportunity to do something a little different with their face. So we put a little notice out in the paper so that you didn't think that we were all just getting scruffy. It was for a reason. And I did participate in it myself because every once in a while I like to grow a little scruff when I go away on vacation, so it gave me an opportunity to be in uniform and do it. But we raised $1,710 for the American Cancer Society, and we look forward to doing it again next year.
Just to make sure, we made the motion, and did we vote to close? Or did the chief start talking?
Yes.
We did vote?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so now officially, the meeting is over. Thank you
you.
very much, chief.
I'll be
Okay?
here for a while visiting.
Okay.
Just a 2-minute
Oh,
break,
we're
'cause I
gonna
think
take a
some
2-minute
people
break.
want to leave.
Right.
They don't need, and if anyone needs an agenda, we have agendas up here. If anyone needs that. If any students need signatures also.
No, there is not, so, I need my agenda. Okay, I have my notes. I'd like to call the town board meeting to order. Do I have a motion to open the town board meeting?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Let's stand for the pledge again. Okay, get everybody please stand for the pledge? Yep. Yeah. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We don't really need the approval of the agenda because I'm not adding anything to it tonight, so I don't think we need to approve it. There's just one announcement that I have, and the only announcement that I have, 12:49, Wednesday, December 17, New York Times, Cuomo to ban fracking in New York State, citing health risks. So in case anybody doesn't know, Governor Cuomo yesterday announced not one well. So fracking in New York State has been banned by the governor. Big round of applause. Major accomplishment for all those who've been working so hard and for so long to accomplish this milestone in New York State history, which will resonate throughout the world. So very exciting.
And I think what's great about it, too, is the governor's office used the New York State Department of Conservation, their input and what they regulate was looked at very closely, and he based it on their input, and he also based it on the input of the New York State Department of Health and the Health Commissioner and all that they regulate. So the science that was provided by the DEC and the science that was provided by the New York State DOH is how he made his decision by using what's available. So I think
That's great.
it shows that our government can all work together and accomplish great things.
It's really, really great. Okay, so we are not doing public input at the beginning of the meeting. There's been a lot of, there has been a lot of people know, I suspect, who are here tonight, that the Newport School Board chose to pass what I would say is a pretty scathing resolution without really doing the proper homework, but we'll go through that tonight. And the town board will now have their opportunity to tell their side of the story. So we're going to not do public comment at the beginning because we need to be really focused on speaking about what's really going on. We'll speak about the town board, and there's going to be a long history that the town board's going to go through because there's some serious accusations about transparency, doing things behind, what are some of the terms the school board used? An attempt to preclude public knowledge and participation, the fact that comments about the town board not really caring about the safety and welfare of students, and there's a lot of things we need to answer and a lot of history we need to go through. So we're going to start with that. We'll be doing it's a pretty long presentation, and then Dave Clauser will be doing an update on the sewer feasibility study, which is about all that has been done, is a sewer feasibility study that has not been finished, has not completely done, and so therefore there was no intention of going over the sewer feasibility study until it was done, but because of actions taken by our school board, we had to spend money on our engineer to put together a presentation for tonight so the truth could come out. And so we will then do public comment afterwards, and then the town board that has a lot of work to do even after that. So what I would like to do is first open it up to our Councilman Dan Torres, who seems to have a resolution he would like to bring forward. It's yours, Dan.
I'd like to hold off on the resolution since we're holding off on public comment. I will present it later in the meeting.
How does the board feel about that?
Well, your meeting.
I guess we can hold off. Okay. So I guess what we will do, first let me start with the packets that were handed out if nobody got them. Okay, so there's packets there which has a lot of documentation that we're going to be going over, and so if you haven't gotten it, please get a copy of it. Okay? So first what I'd like to do is, and I'm sorry, this is going to be probably about an hour and a half maybe, before we even get to Dave, possibly, because we actually have some film we want to show, some conversations, but, well, it's too important not to take the time. So first what I'd like to do is read the New Paltz Central School District Board of Education resolution that was sent to us by the superintendent of the school the day after they did it. Let me just preface it by saying there was never a phone call made to the town board in regards to asking about anything, about any plans, about any documentation. No attempt was ever made to reach out to us. It was just brought up at a school board meeting.
That's not true.
And, well, you all have an opportunity to talk. This is our opportunity, okay?
Yeah, and I'm a member of the board, and that's an inaccurate statement that you just made.
Well, it's not, Dan, but you'll have the opportunity to talk after I finish saying what I have to
Sure.
say, okay? And we have an opportunity to show that my statement is true, okay? So we were not called. The next day, I found out from somebody who called me to tell me about what the school board did the night before, and Maria graciously sent me the resolution after the fact. So whereas the New Paltz Central School District Board of Education was recently made aware that the town board of the town of New Paltz is committed, well, we're not committed, but is committed to siting a sewage treatment plant on a Reed property located adjacent to the New Paltz High School, and whereas the board objects to the fact it was not consulted or even made aware of the potential siting of the sewage treatment plant adjacent to the high school, thereby effectively excluding it and the school community, those who would be directly impacted from any meaningful discussion or input regarding the siting of the sewage treatment plant. And whereas the board, upon review of the town's agenda and minutes as posted on the town's website, could find no mention of the siting of a sewage treatment plant next to the high school, from which the board can only infer that there was no attempt at transparency, and there was in fact, let me read this again. This is what the school board is saying, and there was in fact an attempt to preclude public knowledge and participation. Whereas the health and safety and welfare of the students who attend the high school and the staff that work at the high school are of primary importance to the board. Well, I guess they're not important to the town board who got the crossing guard, but we'll talk about that later. Therefore, be it resolved that the New Paltz Central School District Board of Education declares its strong opposition to the town siting of a sewage treatment plant adjacent to or within reasonable proximity to the high school or any other school for reasons of health, safety, and welfare of students and staff, and be it further resolved that the board hereby calls on the town to be transparent, responsible, ethical in its deliberations and decision-making by including the board and school community in the dialogue and discussion of the location of the sewage treatment plant, and be it further resolved that the board hereby calls for the town to discontinue its current plans to locate the sewage treatment plant next to the high school, and to permit the board and school committee to study the impacts of the town plan and to determine alternative locations that do not impact the students and staff in any of the schools of the New Paltz School District. And be it further resolved that the board requests the town provide to the Board of Education as soon as possible all of its environmental studies, engineering studies, site plans, and specifications and alternative locations of other possible sites considered, as well as any resolutions, local laws, or ordinances adopted by the town that are related to the siting and operation of the sewage treatment plant. You'll have to ask us that we haven't done yet, but be it further resolved that the board demands that any discussions of this matter be conducted at a duly convened open meeting of the town board with appropriate notice given to the media and the public as required by law, and an opportunity for the board, the school community, and the general public to participate in discussion and voice its opinions, and be it further resolved that the board directs the superintendent of schools and school attorney to explore all possible avenues by which the board may prevent the siting of the sewage treatment plant adjacent to or within reasonable proximity of the New Paltz High School or any school in the district. Okay, so that's the resolution. That's what we will be responding to right now. So let's start with a little bit of a history. Okay, the school board alleges that the town board excluded the school board and community from any meaningful discussion, that the school board reviewed the town's agendas and minutes as posted on the town's website and could find no mention of siting the sewage plant next to a high school. Accordingly, the school board infers there was no attempt at transparency, and there was in fact an attempt to preclude public knowledge and participation. And the school board calls on the town board to be transparent, responsible, and ethical. I guess we're all not transparent, we're not ethical, we're not responsible, but so be it, we're all entitled to our opinions. It's unfortunate that we've elected some of the people who say this about us, but regardless, and that in some ways they're basically saying that the health, welfare, and safety of the kids of this community is only cared about by the school board and not by the town board, which I will just have to stop here right now for 1 second and inject, because this is really offensive to me. Because when I came back to the town of New Paltz back in 2012, the raging issue at the time was a crossing guard. And the school district and the village, whose responsibility was to get a crossing guard. They couldn't do it, they couldn't agree, so I decided to get involved when I came back, and the first thing I did was ask the town board to get involved in the crossing guard. I'll just give you the fact that Councilwoman Kitty Brown called me up and begged me and said, Susan, please don't do this. It is not the town board's responsibility. I don't want to get involved. We're going to be doing this for all the time. And I said, Kitty, I said, we're doing this. And she said, I'm not going to be able to talk you out of it. And I said, Kitty, the way you care about wetlands, the way Marion DeBar cares about animals, if anybody knows Marion, they know how Marion cares about animals, is the way I feel about kids. And I said, we're doing this. And the town board did it. So for the school district to say that this town board doesn't care about the kids, Kevin, do you have kids in the school?
I do.
Jeff, do you have kids in the school?
Had 3, got 1 still here.
Okay, and I had 2 kids who went through the school. I think some of the town board members are very, very caring about kids and have been very involved in things that happen in the school and trying to help promote the education of this community. So pretty offensive. Okay, so let's do a little bit of history. Okay, South Park Corners was zoned industrial in 1960. I think that was during Pete Sebago's time. Now let me just point out really quickly, when I came in as supervisor in 1996, I didn't even know what an industrial corridor was. I found out what the industrial corridor was. It was South Park Corners Road. And Dave Clauser will probably remember my reaction was twofold. Most beautiful road in New Paltz, I can't believe we're doing this. And my second concern, Dave, if you remember correctly, it was about how could we zone an industrial corridor where we're going to have trucks, 16-wheelers, is that what they are, Chris? 18-wheelers driving down South Park Corners where the high school is, and the kids are learning to drive for the first time. So you have 16-year-old kids driving on South Park Corners Road, going to school, driving for the first time, and they're going to be on the same road with trucks. So I didn't agree with South Park Corners being zoned industrial from the very beginning, but I came in, it had been done in 1960, there was more work that was done, I just moved forward with whatever it was the town wanted. So let's just put that out there first. Okay, so 1960 South Park Corners was zoned industrial. In the prior administration, Tony Hokinson's administration, on 4/21 in 2011, the town board basically, let me get to those minutes. Okay, this is David Lewis, Jeff Logan, Kitty Brown, Jane Ann Williams, Tony Hokinson. Okay, at that meeting, what was it again? It was 4/21/2011 before I came in, or Kevin Barry came in for that matter. In that meeting, there was an Ulster County shovel-ready grant application. And the minutes say Supervisor Hokinson was authorized to get cost estimates from Dave, how much it would cost to get him to prepare the shovel-ready grant application. Cost is $700. Councilwoman Brown, this is a place to put money in economic development. Town engineer Dave Clauser is worth every penny we pay him. Supervisor Hokinson authorized up to $700 for Dave Clauser to prepare the shovel-ready grant application. Seconded by Councilwoman Williams. Councilman Logan was the only one who voted no. All others were aye. The motion was passed. I don't remember why you voted no, Jeff. If you want to comment or not, it's...
We got along so great as a board back then.
Okay, so
It
anyway...
wasn't against you, Dave.
Okay, so anyway, so that was 2011 when this was first done. Okay, next, May 2011, that was 4/21/11. On May 2011, the feasibility study for the sewer service for South Park Corners Road was approved by the board, and the supervisor was authorized to sign and submit to the IDA. So those are the minutes from the next minute. Okay, so now let's take a few minutes, and this is going to be a little long, but I'm sorry, it's really important. You all have, if you got your packet, the Ulster County shovel-ready application for a feasibility study of sewer services for South Park Corners Road Industrial Corridor in the town of New Paltz. So what you first have is a description of the project area. When what? When was this done? May 2011. Prior to my administration, prior to Kevin Barry, Susan Zimmett, or June Galucci joining Jeff Logan
I was here.
and Kitty Brown on the board. May 2011. Ulster County shovel-ready application for a feasibility study of sewer services for South Park Corners Road. So first we have the project area. Next, on page 1 of 5 pages, you have things talking about the boundaries and the existing infrastructure. Let's go to page 2. We talk about traffic. Now, let's start here. As stated earlier, current zoning throughout the proposed sewer corridor is light industrial. All of the existing businesses within the SPCR sewer corridor, except for the Consolidated Fruit Facility and the NYSDEC office, use individual on-site septic systems, which occupy valuable acreage on each lot. Current occupants of the study area include a public storage facility, Frito-Lay distribution facility, a funeral home, Consolidated Food Packing, Newport's Police Department, Newport's High School, right here in the feasibility study. Woe is me. C2G Environmental Consultants and a few pre-existing homes. The undeveloped land within the SPCR sewer corridor is active farmland, orchards, or reverted farmland. South Park Corners Road is also County Road 17, a two-lane road that runs north and south for almost 8,000 feet through the length of the study area. Due to some recent improvements at the intersection with New York State Route 299, a northbound left-hand turn lane has been added to improve traffic flow. On and on. Okay, so now let's talk about the project description. The town of Newport is requesting funding for a sewer feasibility study for the South Park Corners Road sewer corridor. The feasible study would provide a detailed analysis of the current sewage disposal issues within the study area, which includes the high school, and evaluate the feasibility and cost of constructing a new town sewer district throughout this area to facilitate light industrial development. A cursory sewer feasibility study was prepared for this area of the town in 1990. The study recommended 3 alternatives for sewer service, which include 1, discharging wastewater in the existing Village of Newport sewer system, 2, discharging wastewater across the thruway into the Ohioville Sewer District Treatment Plant, which would be upgraded, and 3, developing the wastewater collection system and construction of a new sewage treatment plant near the high school. The recommendations in 1990 sewer feasibility study were based on several assumptions that are no longer valid and did not consider future development in this area to the extent analyzed by the South Park Corridor Development Plan, GEIS, which was completed 5 years later. Okay, let's go to page 3. I don't know if I should let you read some here, Jim. Well, I'll keep going. The restriction of undischarged additional wastewater into the village sewer system makes the first alternative no longer feasible. The second alternative, to upgrade the capacity of the Ohioville Sewer District Treatment Plant, would be very difficult due to present New York State DEC permitting concerns regarding wastewater treatment discharge into the wetlands. Accordingly, it would appear that the most feasible method to accommodate sewer service along South Park Corners Road would be to develop a new wastewater treatment facility that would discharge into the New York State DEC Class D intermittent stream near the thruway. This alternative will be the focus of the proposed sewer feasibility study. Okay, scope of work. The sewer feasibility study would comply with the following scope of work for the study. Evaluate existing water and sewer facilities in and around the study area. Evaluate topographical and soil conditions. Identify the presence of fresh water wetlands, floodplains, and other natural resources in the study area using the latest available GIS information. Develop wastewater flow estimates for the existing users. Prepare sewage district mapping indicating a conceptual sewer collection and treatment system on the town GIS system and in scaled AutoCAD format. Prepare a capital cost estimate for the conceptual collection system and treatment plant design. Applicant's capability. The town of Newport clearly recognizes that this is an important growth area in the town for jobs. It has a high potential for attracting light industrial use due to the previously discussed availability of water, vacant land, zoning, and its prime location near Thruway Exit 18. The town's January 2010 final draft comprehensive plan, and how much did you spend on that, Jeff? $75,000?
Yes.
And how many public meetings did you have?
Oh my gosh.
A lot?
Lot.
Okay.
It's 9 months, 10 months, 12 months. A
Okay,
year.
meetings that were broadcast and covered.
A
and-
long time, yeah.
Okay. The town's January 2010 final draft comprehensive plan updates an endorsed balanced strategy of protecting and enhancing the open space and environment of the town while encouraging sustainable economic development within appropriate zoning districts. The start of the sewer feasibility study would be dependent upon receiving the requested funding. However, ideally, it would start in the middle of 2011 and take approximately 3 months to complete. Well, I guess that's pretty far off estimate. The town, through its board of consultants, is fully capable of preparing the proposed sewer feasibility study and implementing its recommendations. Page 4. Need or problem to be resolved. According to the January 2010 final draft comprehensive plan for the town of New Paltz, this is a really interesting point. The top 5 employees in the town are tax exempt. The 5 top employers in the town of our town are tax exempt private entities or governmental entities. The plan also states that 7 of the top 13 employers are tax exempt private entities or government entities. Thus, the demands on the town's tax base disproportionately falls on the residential properties within the town. Town is also heavily dependent upon tourism-based employment, which has seasonal fluctuations and which can be severely affected by extended economic downturns. Expanding the number and variety of jobs in the community would greatly benefit from sewer services availability in the town's light industrial zone. Based on the above described attributes of the South Puck Corners sewer corridor, the last component needed to be prepared the infrastructure for new business or industries is the installation of municipal sewer system in the study corridor, which I'll remind you included the high school. All other requirements for attracting new business industries to this location, water, roads, electricity, are already in place along this section of South Puck Corners Road. As far back as January 1990, sewer feasibility study, now outdated, the lack of municipal sewer was known to be the final limitation on light industrial development in the South Puck Corners Road corridor, which I remind everybody was designated in 1960. This is in 2011. So we designated our industrial corridor that was supposed to bring taxes into New Paltz to alleviate the taxpayers with all the property off of the tax rolls. It was designated in 1960. And it's now 2015. Do we have sewer
14.
on South Puck Corners? Okay.
Not yet.
Okay. Project impact. Funding in this SPCR sewer feasibility study would provide the town with an authoritative plan that would be a basis for funding the formation of a new or expanded sewer district, and later provide an impetus for funding the construction of such a district. It would result in the opening of this light industrial zone to a larger and or regionally oriented industries which can make best use of the larger lots that are available in this corridor. These industries would be attracted to the opportunity to make use of greater percentage of land on each of these lots by eliminating the need to set aside significant acreage for individual on-site sewer systems that are not suitable for light industrial use. Although completion of the sewer feasibility study itself will not create or retain any industrial jobs in the study area, implementation of its recommendations is expected to have a positive impact on future job opportunities. The earlier referenced tourist industry jobs can be low-paying and seasonal, leaving those job holders underemployed.
And I think in reference to that too, it's also important that over the years of myself sitting on this board and yourself, Susan, and this current city board, is we have had a group of people that are doing study. I know Don Kerr is on it. Several others there were doing economic development study of the South Puck corridor, and they came to us asking us to please complete the study multiple times in public, and to this very paragraph speaks to it. And they found that it is, if you build it, they will come. And this completely prepares that if you build it. I'm sorry, Ray, were you also with that group? I can't remember. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, do you remember? But it was, and it's the industrial, and this is, and there you go. You were a member of it, and you came and asked us to please get this done, because if you build it, they will come, and that is the consensus of our community.
Well, actually, I would like to put that committee you're talking about into context. Actually, that committee was formed by Don Kerr, the president of the school board at the time, right after the middle school bond vote, the first one. We're about to have our third one. But we don't seem to be talking about that. We seem to be just talking about sewer at the school board. But besides that, so after the first vote, that I think the vote was 3,000 to 900, where people voted down the middle school renovation. It was right after that vote that Don Kerr on the school board had decided we need to bring tax ratables into this community in order to help alleviate the problem of trying to fix our schools. So Don Kerr created a committee with a number of people to study South Puck Corners and what kind of industry this town wants. And when they came up with what they wanted, they came to the town board. You were on the board. Then they came to the town board when I was on the board to ask the town board to please get the study done so we can get the sewer and water infrastructure in prior to the widening of the road that the county was about to undertake. And as a matter of fact, there was a number of people who spoke to me when I was being asked to run again one of the issues that was brought up when people were asking me to run were people who were on that committee were very upset, which we will get to, that the former supervisor never followed through with putting in the application, and they were so serious about wanting to see this work get done that they were telling me that I should run and they would support me. And that was people from that group that was formed right after the middle school bond vote went down. Okay, project impact. Funding this SPCR sewer feasibility study would provide the town with an authoritative plan. Did I just read that?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, project benefits. Due to the fact that this feasibility study, the town cannot identify any specific employers who would directly benefit from funding this study. However, businesses or industry in the town or in the surrounding area or elsewhere in the mid-Hudson Valley might want to expand or relocate in this newly sewered area, which would result in a significant and needed tax revenue source and employment benefit for all residents of the town. And then it goes into the funding about the town doing a 50% match and getting $4,250 from the Ulster County IDA. And that resolution was passed on May 2011, okay? So, in this, if you go to 2 pages later, also included in the sewer feasibility application is a map of the proposed South Puck Corner Road Sewer District. It's a map, and it shows the district that was in the study. And the high school is smack right in the middle. No secret that the high school and the land next to the high school, around the high school, on South Puck Corners Road, up and down, were all in the study. No secret, no hidden agenda, nothing behind everybody's back. Right in here in an application that was sent to the Ulster County IDA, okay? That was approved and voted on, but unfortunately, the former supervisor never followed up and never sent it in. So on April 26th, let's now move to, I'm now back, April 26, 2012, there was a town board meeting, and we will show you in a minute the actual meeting and actually some of the people who were in the audience, interestingly enough. Okay, so on the 26th, there was an Ulster shovel-ready application for South Puck Corners. It's in the minutes, 2012. Rosanna, do we have all our minutes on the website since 2012, since you've come in? So if anybody wanted to find these, they could find this on the website? Oh, okay. Do we have to hire a lawyer to find these on the website? Okay, thank you. Okay, Ulster County shovel-ready application of South Puck Corners Road. This is a grant from the Ulster County available to municipalities for the purposes of infrastructure. The town developed a transportation plan to widen South Puck Corners Road to develop sidewalks and water and sewer. The work is slated to begin in 2012. The application for a feasibility study was prepared by Dave Clauser in May 2011, but was never submitted to the Ulster County. The cost of the feasibility study is $8,500 split between the town, and UCDC. Councilwoman Brown requested adding to the resolution, quote, whereas Ulster County is planning to widen South Puck Corners Road with an estimated date of 2015, Legislator Rodriguez asked to offer alternative wording, whereas the transportation improvement plan, the shoulder widening on South Puck Corners Road, is scheduled within calendar 2015, whereas it would be most expedient to have both projects happening simultaneously to contain costs. So what everybody was trying to push was get the sewer feasibility study done, figure out what you're doing with sewer, so we could lay the pipes when the county widens the road. A motion was made by Councilwoman Brown to approve this resolution subject to clarification by the engineer and the attorney. Councilman Barry recused himself from the discussion and left the room due to his ownership of property on South Puck Corners Road. Councilwoman Gallucci would like the resolution to include the appropriate language for the next meeting in order to find the budget line in which the $4,250 will come. Dave Clauser provided the board with a memo dated April 6, 2011 that was sent to the previous administration relative to South Puck Corners Road. Supervisor Zimmerman indicated that now is the time to come up with a plan to move forward. The item was tabled until next week. And I think we have a video of that particular meeting, just in case anybody doesn't believe our minutes. Let's see it with our own eyes, the lack of transparency of this town. So what this is about is the county, and Heather, I don't know if you want to talk about it. We just don't want to come in and talk about the shovel-ready money.
I guess I have to stand up way to wrong.
Well, come join us. So the county has shovel-ready money available for community is to get infrastructure on the project's fund.
Sure. I mean, the way it works is that the county passed a local law, and it was actually signed into, we should get state enabling legislation for this to create what's called a shovel-ready law. But, you know, what it becomes is actually a grant from the county to a local municipality for the purposes of infrastructure. And normally that comes down to water and sewer, although we have actually used it in the past for certain paving. But it breaks down to $1 million in total. It's about $500,000 for water and $500,000 for sewer. And we actually used it last year for a small project in Marlboro, but in previous years, we've actually committed the full $1 million to a water and sewer project. The one that we did was Kings Highway, which you and I worked on when we were in the legislature, and that was a full $1 million. But the other component is you also need to have state and federal money involved in this project as well. I mean, we're not going to bond the counties at $1 million without there being a commitment of state and federal money for the overall project. So normally our funding is like a gap funding, for lack of a term.
But we're just requesting money for a feasibility study. We're not ready for the $1 million yet.
Yeah, no, I'm just explaining, you know, that end of it. Now, yes, what ends up happening is there's actually there's feasibility money that actually comes, you know, from the county. It's actually paid for from the IDA. That's actually where that comes from.
This is a good thing they do. Actually, it benefits the local communities.
So yes, no, so there is some money available. I think the max on it is, I think it's something we're trying to around 15,000 or something
So
like that.
when is the funding cycle on this? Is it annual? Is it rolling?
It's rolling, but it's really actually annual. We can only grant out the $1 million up to $1 million on an annual basis.
It's annual, but the application process will be working,
Yes.
it's just
Yes.
whenever it
So
is.
if we get this submitted,
Well, my understanding was that you guys already had this developed in some way.
Well, that's why, so that's why we're here tonight. Okay, so what happened was, because we know that we've been talking for a very, very long time, Pete Sebago has talked about the fact that, it was talked about during his tenure, okay, about doing sewer and water infrastructure, whatever. We have a transportation plan to widen the sidewalks on South Fork Corners Road and do some other work. We're supposed to, the shoulders, we're slated for 2015 for the work to begin, right? But we don't want to dig up those roads, and then dig up at another point for sewer and water, and we've been trying to do this. There was a lot of work that was done by Dave, as I understand, last year. There was a belief by the prior board members that the application to get a feasibility study done had taken place, but it actually never got executed. I know that you brought the application many a time over to the town, as I understand it from what you told me. It never got signed and it never got executed.
I never received a copy, and Marge Gallagher told me she had never received a copy.
I confirmed that today because I was pretty upset to learn at our transportation meeting Tuesday night, because I thought this had been submitted last summer.
Yeah.
It wasn't, so I called Melinda and Linda Clark today, who confirmed, because they do keep a log of every piece of mail that they get. And our application that was completed last summer was not submitted. So
what I did,
let's do it now.
So at the transportation meeting, I had said that Hector and I would work on this, which Hector and I had planned on working on it anyway. We talked about it, that I was going to sign this application on January 1st, and I had told Hector to bring it to the inauguration, and I would sign it. But the reason I didn't sign it at the inauguration was because when I spoke with Marge Gallagher at the county, she had said some other work had to be done, and we weren't ready to have it signed, and so therefore, well, yes, that's what was said.
Feasibility?
Well, she obviously was a little mixed up. Okay. So she had said that the secret process was old, that, you know, what we have, the South Park Corner secret process should be updated, there's more work that needs to be done.
You don't need the secret process for the
I understand that, but that's what she had said. And so
that's just for when you basically get to the point of actually doing it.
which is why we're here tonight, okay, because that's all been worked out. So yes, but that was what was told. And then we were so busy trying to get on top of the budget, trying to clean town hall so people could breathe and work here, and do so many other things. So when you brought that up, Kitty, and Hector and I have already been talking anyway, you had asked for this to be put on the agenda tonight for us to sign the application. I am not willing to sign anything and take on anything that's just handed to me from last year without the new board having the opportunity to look at it, vet it, and see what we're signing on to, because it's unfair to ask us to just accept blindly what was done last year, because it's not going to happen. So I called Dave and called Joe's office. Joe wasn't there, but I spoke to his secretary about what needed. I called Dave. Dave did say it's just a feasibility study, that it's too soon to worry about the secret process. That comes later. That it's really just a matter of taking the work that he has done and basically filling this out, signing it, and it's pretty easy and simple. So we have this tonight. I'm going to let Dave speak, but Dave looked at it, Joe looked at it, and then I wanted them to come here so we could try to get this done. So I'll turn it over to Dave for a second, and then you could jump in, Hector. Go ahead.
Okay.
Just talk a little loud.
This is the first step. This is the application for the shovel-ready money. We did this last year. We actually picked this up in 2009 and heard that there was no money. And talked to Dennis Doyle, and Dennis said last year there was money. So it's still back up again. This is the application. It's based on what the shovel-ready application needs. It's got the purpose of the study, some details why it's needed, the location would be in the South Putt I-1 district, the application and a resolution for the board. The cost of the study is $8,500. There's $20,000 that's allowed.
Yeah, it's somewhere in that range.
50% of that is the town's cost, so the town's cost would be the $4,250.
Okay. And what will the town get for this?
Okay.
You knew I was going to ask.
And actually, Dave, just because it says I-1, the parts of that is still agricultural, or they can be changed over to I-1 with no problem?
This is all,
I know the proposed boundary, but I mean, it's some of that agricultural is just, it's no longer used as ag, so it would just change over to I-1 without any major problem from us?
I believe, Jeff, that this goes down to the boundary of I-1 now in the south,
Okay.
as I remember.
Okay, that's fine. I just don't know
This
about
is all
it.
I-1.
Okay, good.
The study looks at, kind of evaluates what utilities are in that area, identifies any natural resources that might be a concern, wetlands. It looks for a discharge point. There's a Class D stream that looks like the discharge point for the system. It estimates the flow requirements based on the build-out that's in GEIS for South Putt. It also would look at the information of the draft comprehensive plan. It repeats the South Putt as far as looking for light industry in that area. And the final thing would be just preparing the cost estimate, a really conceptual layout of what the sewer would look like without getting into detail, and the type of plant that would be used, treatment plant, would be a rough cost to go to the next step. It's not detailed engineering by any means.
That's not needed for feasibility.
So this is the first step for us to try to get into the
Yes.
queue for the shovel-ready money, which has been sort of sitting around for a long time. So,
But one thing that, while you're here, what happened Tuesday night was that we were discussing the plan to widen the shoulders as part of our transportation plan, and the county has committed funding for that. So it seems, and what we want to do is make sure that the county's left and right hands know that both of these projects are slated for the same place. So in our resolution, could we add a whereas that says, whereas Ulster County is planning to widen South Putt Corners Road with an estimated date of 2015, I don't know, Joe, help me out here, but somewhere we just need to let the county know that we have two great projects in one piece of land and we don't want to dig up the land twice.
I think the phrase be, it would be whereas Ulster County, the TIPS program, how do we...
Well, I mean, the way that it works is that, whereas on the transportation improvement plan, the shoulder widening on South Buck Corners Road is scheduled within calendar year 2015. And then I guess,
We
and then,
want to make,
whereas it would be most expedient to actually have both projects, happening simultaneously
Right.
to contain costs.
Right.
That might be what we might be looking to do.
okay.
In your language, right? So.
And probably add in to contain costs, and whereas something about the county and the town
Well,
coordinating their efforts, the county and town coordinating their efforts.
And the
Maybe
engineering.
on expediting this, because I think there's a sentiment of the town, the town wants to move this forward as expeditiously as possible, and I'm assuming you'll be, working with our state and federal representatives on securing, the necessary money for the entirety.
Well, we have to try to do all of this as fast as we can while Congressman Hitchie is still
Well, still in office, sure.
What we want to do is make sure that the engineering and design are complementary to each other.
Sure.
So that we don't come back to put in our infrastructure and find out that we have, widened these roads but not allowed for infrastructure.
Permitting of treatment plants takes about a year. So you gotta back up from that 2015 by, it's...
Well, you're not plugging into the village's system?
possibly not.
We're looking at that as part of the feasibility.
So
Can we somehow have a motion to approve this subject to
Vanessa by the engineer and attorney for the town?
clarification of the final whereas by our engineer and our attorney?
I have a couple of questions.
Sure, but I mean...
So that we remain factual on the record.
Well, I mean, are we...
In terms of this particular initiative, Mr. Clauser, when was this initiative looked into? When did you first start this initiative?
It was in May of last year.
May of last year?
Right.
Under the prior administration?
Right.
And this is the first time I've seen this tonight?
I expect it is.
I see that it identifies establishing a sewer district in South Putnam. And it appears that included in the sewer district is property that's owned by my partner and I. So for purposes of this discussion, I have to recuse myself from the discussion.
Well, I mean, you can ask the attorney if he thinks you have to or not.
I'll ask Mr. Moriello.
Okay.
All right, that's what I'll do.
Okay, so why don't you leave the room while we continue discussing it?
Okay.
Thank you.
Do I have to leave?
Yes.
I gotta play that card once in a while.
We never let you leave the room.
You ever try looking to play that card and ain't gonna happen? Trust us, rather than you do it.
Okay. You know that Kevin left the room? Thanks. Okay, Jean, do you have any questions about this?
I do not, but I will give my opinion.
Well, why don't you give your opinion before we move forward? You just need to talk louder.
All right, this
And
is
if
the
people think
first
they're
I've
very-
seen of
We
this.
just need to keep the...
So my preference would be that we have the resolution with the appropriate language in it that we want at our next board meeting. Because I would like to read through this, and I would also like to look in the budget for the, the $4,250 match. Unless we're just presuming that we have it in the engineering line. Or
Fair question.
where were we presuming we were going to take it out of? Because it's actually not the engineer who's doing this study, it's the county, correct?
I would be
Wait.
doing it,
Oh.
but the county would reimburse half of the cost.
Yeah. We don't do it ourselves.
So it isn't the engineering line, it's just the county does, what you say, you do it, but the county reimburses us for half your cost.
This is a memo that was done back before I started this. Gives you a little...
Okay.
You can take mine.
Thank you.
Can you sit down and talk to the camera?
You have one, Kitty, I believe. It's more paper. Interesting. That was a memo just before we did the application.
Thank you, Dave.
Give some background information anyway.
So it's Ulster County shovel-ready sewer feasibility study for South Paltz Corner Roads Industrial Zone Corridor, and this was done in April 6th of 2011.
Right.
And as requested, our office has reviewed the...
This too. I would need more information. I'm sorry.
And Gene,
But you have three, so...
No, but I do remember from last year, though, Gene,
not how we
you're on target, because from last year, it went from, and Dave, I believe this is directionally correct, it went from slightly less than $1 million to over $1.5 million based on connecting first to the village, which was considered not an alternative. Then the next one was looking into connecting to Ohioville, which also has a lot of concerns. Then the last one, which was over $1.5 million, was developing our own sewer system to go into that Class D stream out there. I think each one had exponentially went up by about $500,000. Just
I'm not sure this village is taking additional hookups at this
right, and I
point.
thought that was considered as off. That was not even could not even be considered. So then the next
Unless
step was
their
looking
plant
at
isn't approved.
Ohioville, but Ohioville also, because of DEC, there were some DEC concerns there. So that was taken off, and that was at about $1.2 million. Sound about right, Kitty?
Yeah.
We talked about it last year, and then the next step was about $1.5 million, $1.8 million to develop our own system. So, Gene, there are a lot of costs based on what we're asking for here, and it looks like we're probably going to be asking for about $1.8 million.
Okay, but would the feasibility study actually show me the different scenarios? If we went with the village system, if we created our own system, if we ran it down the road or something, would it show me those?
As long as we can connect to the village, it would look at that.
But will
option.
$8,000 get us all three options, and then we can work with the DEC? Then can we go backwards and work with the DEC in a reasonable time frame to see if it's feasible?
What leads us to believe that the village is accepting new hookups?
We're not without a planned upgrade right now, unless they have something planned that I'm not aware of.
So, Jean, to answer your question, South Paltz Corner has been talked about for a long time, you know that, and, for the, as the industrial corridor.
Right on the other side of Sewer 6.
Right, which I actually will have to do a quick update on Sewer 6, which I can do in a second. But so we've known that this has been talked about for a very, very long time. At times it was hooking into the village system, then the village system became problematic. In order to do any kind of movement on South Paltz, we have to start getting started. We have to look at this, we have to study it, we have to get it done. If we have any, let me put it to you this way, our best option of getting something going this year, try to move forward as fast as we can to look at our options and try to see how we want to move forward. The time is best now for two reasons. Congressman Hitchie is here right now. He's got a lot of pull. He's very interested in South Paltz Corner. Has always wanted to help. He won't be here next year. Two, Governor Cuomo has these economic development money, that he has money, for all these different regions. He has a lot of money available for infrastructure types of projects. So the time is really now for us to try to see what we can do, study it, understand it, and come up with a plan of how to move forward. And if we don't do this first step, we'll never get anywhere. And yes, looking at those options are all in it. But right now, like Dave said, right now the village is not looking to give us sewer. And so unless we don't start to study our future, we're not getting anywhere. And so we had planned on doing this in January and trying to move forward. It's now May, almost May. We don't have a hell of a lot of time to sort of wait. So that's why it's on the agenda tonight, at Kitty's request for us to discuss it with the lawyer and the engineer so we can come to some decision on how to move forward. And that's why we're discussing it. So does that make you feel any more comfortable?
No.
Okay.
And I'm not looking to put it, I understand the urgency of time and all of that, but I'm not looking to put it off to make a decision until September. I'm asking for one more meeting for Joe to update the language to include the amendment that Kitty wants and that would allow me the time to get more information. Because I wasn't following it.
I know, because you're too busy trying to get our finances in shape, and I appreciate it, so thank you.
No, I mean, I wasn't following it in the years it was
Right, all
here.
these years. So anyway, Kim and Jeff?
I will defer to my new colleague on the board. I think that's fair to ask for more time to review something. But really, first meeting in May, okay, even though it's a workshop meeting.
That's not a problem. We could also, if you want, I prefer not to, but we have a joint town village meeting, I think.
The night before.
Probably the night before. Oh, so
Yeah.
it's the night before, then let's do it at our meeting. I prefer that.
Okay.
So.
I think it's just interesting, I hope everyone found it interesting too, but a member of the school board was sitting, obviously, in the whole meeting, it was you, Steve, for 35 minutes through the whole discussion. I know you weren't, you're on the school board now, and you made the accusation that...
Well, you're addressing me in red,
Okay,
so
no,
perhaps you can
let's-
tell me in what part of
okay.
that video anybody mentioned the
Okay,
location next to the high school.
okay, so let's, it was in the feasibility study that we were talking about, that I read tonight.
No, it's not.
It is in the feasibility, oh, I guess you weren't paying attention when I read,
It's in my hands.
when I read the
That's the
feasibility,
site.
when I read the feasibility study that said, where
You
did,
actually left out the location.
no, I did not. I actually,
Did not read it out loud.
I did read it out loud. I can go back and try to find it. But it's right here in the feasibility study. I read it. Okay, so next, on, where is it, Kevin?
Page 2.
Okay, page 2 of the feasibility study, it says, Kevin, Jeff, what?
May 2011, sub 3, page 2 of 5, number 3, developing the wastewater collection system and constructing a new sewage treatment plant near the high school, period. The recommendations of the 1990 sewer feasibility study were based on several assumptions that are no longer valid and did not consider future developments in this area to the extent analyzed by the South Puck Corridor Development Plan, GEIS, which was completed 5 years later. So number 3, developing the wastewater collection system and constructing a new sewage treatment plant near the high school.
Okay,
That's pretty clear.
okay, so now let's move on to the May 2011.
May 2011.
Let's move on to the May 2011 meeting, where we
2012.
actually, oh, I'm sorry, okay, May
No,
2011,
May
okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so, okay, that's that one, okay, May 24th, 2012, that's when we introduced the resolution that we said we would do. Okay, so May 24th, 2012, South Park Corners Road resolution. Councilman Barry recused himself from the discussion and left the room due to his ownership of the property on South Corners Road. Motion was made by Councilwoman Galucci to approve the Town of New Paltz grant application to the Shovel-Ready Fund for an Industrial Area Sewer Service Feasibility Study, seconded by Councilman Logan. This time you voted for it.
Because I knew where the money was coming from. Because now I knew where the money was
Okay.
coming from.
All ayes vote cast, motion carried. Councilman Barry was not present during the vote. Okay, so we have, those are in the minutes, and you want to play a copy of that meeting? No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. The school board accused this town board of being not transparent, trying to do things behind everybody's back. I'm sorry, and unethical. The town board has the opportunity right now at our meeting to present our side of the story, to challenge the accusations, and a lawyer that was hired to threaten to sue the town. I'm sorry. We have the right to defend ourselves. Can you please show the meeting?
I'd like to see the meeting. I'd like to see.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
This is us doing the shovel-ready fund. This is for them to do the study, right?
I'm not perplexed, but I'm really glad that I read my stuff.
Well, no, what I was perplexed about was I talked to Dennis Doyle the other day when he happened to be here, and he came up to say hello to me, and I talked to him about this. And I thought he in order to qualify, so that's what's perplexing to me. I said, that I've been, talked about this, and this application was, the former supervisor, recommended by the supervisor, Legislator Rodriguez. A lot of people were asking for this to get done, everybody thought it was supposed to have gotten done, everybody thought it was submitted. And when I said something to Dennis about the fact that we're getting this in, he said, well, it's going to be associated with this project. So that's why.
Feasibility study for sewer. I mean, that's the first step.
Misunderstanding?
I think so.
So it doesn't have to be.
Their application certainly says you start out with a feasibility study and you determine what you need and go from there.
We have enough projects going in South Park right now anyway, so, okay, so I'm not confused anymore. All right, I just get this, maybe confused. Yes,
Consistently,
yes, you're going to be.
even though this initiative was started in 1990
Yes.
or so, the fact that
Even previous.
in 2012, I have a financial property myself, I'm going to recuse myself and abstain from voting on this matter.
Okay.
If you want, I can leave the room again.
Well, I think if we can, why don't you leave the room? Joe, can you say to the camera that you told Kevin to leave the room, so we're very clear that you understand?
No, Kevin volunteered.
I know, no, I understand that Kevin volunteered, and I want, and Joe concurred.
Concurred, he didn't tell him, he concurred.
Joe was,
I concur.
Joe concurred.
Joe did not tell him
Okay.
to leave, Joe
I
concurred.
understand that Joe was, but it was in the paper that Joe told him not to leave, and that he didn't have a conflict. So I would like to Joe to just make the statement very clear that Joe understands conflict of interest in the town of New Falls, and he's very well versed in it, and we don't need people in the community telling us that our lawyer doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay. Okay, can I ask,
When you get called in front of the ethics board, you can bring a copy of the tape too. Go ahead, Jean.
okay, so I know that 2 weeks ago, no, 2 meetings ago, I was like, village resource, sewer 6, and this. But it seems that the most feasible study would be on generating our own plant for South Putt Corners Road. The village doesn't have the capacity for sewer, we know that. And the cost factor for improvements to sewer 6 to include South Putt Corners Road were higher than just creating a sewer plant, looking into a sewer plant for South Putt Corners Road.
We would have to look at taking sewer 6, we could pump that to whatever plant that showed up on South Putt.
Okay, but are we gonna have the capacity at sewer 6, or are we gonna wind up?
No, we can't
like
pump it
the
back to sewer 6. We gotta take sewer 6s and
Right,
bring it over.
dumps. So you gotta bring it over to South Putt Corners Road.
Right.
And dump it into the DEC tributary or something like that.
No, we didn't say that, did we?
What did you say? You said something else? What am I talking dirty?
It goes into a plant before it goes into the tributary.
Well, I knew that, Dave.
Thank you.
That's how it's supposed to work.
Jean, we talked about that today, as a matter of fact.
I'm just a girl.
No, he knows you're a brilliant woman. He knows you're a brilliant woman.
It's cheaper if you do it just in the tributary.
Okay,
Okay. We did talk about that today, Jean, though, because of the fact that there's this new project that's very interested in coming in, and they met with Dave today to talk about the infrastructure that, I said to Dave, because we're trying to do sewer 6, but because we have 2 projects that want to do need sewer for South Putt.
Right.
And we have a town that's interested in partnering with them to get this done. But now we're talking about sewer 6, so Dave and I talked about, could we take everything and bring it to sewer 6? Dave said no, because we can't. Okay, so I said to Dave, can we take it from sewer 6 and bring it to here? And he said, possibly, but it still might be worth it to try to proceed to do the 2 different plans.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean at some point they couldn't possibly be joined or whatever. But right now, we have the opportunity to go down this road with sewer 6. Meanwhile, we have the other opportunity to go down this other road with these other developers to create another sewer plant for South Putt Corners Road and just keep moving forward.
Okay, so are those the 2 options we're going with? You're not going to waste your time looking at the village as a sewer option for South Putt Corners Road?
Unless something has changed for the village that I don't know about. They were out of capacity and would have to build onto their plant before they could take it.
Where?
That's
Are they
right.
moving it from Huguenot Street?
Right. So we saw that.
But I did have one question in here, Dick.
Okay.
It might be for Joe. Joe wrote it.
All right, then.
I don't know where she got that from. Sorry, we did that.
Already. It's attached to my stuff that I got in the last.
I didn't attach that.
I have to save my
There's a resolution that I put together, and there was some additional information that Joe And
I printed out what Dave sent me today, which is just the memo, right? Joe, just two stuff I handed you.
Oh, okay, so there's just this one little thing it says in here. The town board is willing to support infrastructure construction and site marketing. In the business of marketing now?
trying to bring businesses to South Putt.
Is that you?
That was me.
Okay. Okay,
They're going to promote South Putt is what that means for businesses.
I make a motion to approve the Town of New Paltz grant application to the Shovel Ready Fund for an industrial area sewer service feasibility study.
Second. Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried.
Thanks. Okay, so next in the packet is the resolution. Afterwards, you'll see again the resolution about the comprehensive plan, South Park Corners Road, on and on.
And also, just so everyone has it clear, the reference to near the high school is because, one is, and Dave will speak to it later, it is the only discharge point is the stream that runs along the thruway. And the phrase near the high school is because there are multiple lots that could be involved, not just a single lot. And because of that, it uses the phrase near the high school. So, which near can also mean the lot next to it. It could also mean other lots that are also near it. But the discharge point is in a stream that exists along the thruway that starts somewhat behind the high school and then continues to the south, going all the way down to a crossing that's down by 32 south, and then crosses into a creek, and I apologize, I forget the name of it, but thank you, Dave. The Plattekill Creek. So, and it is a well-known stream that runs all the way down there. So I'm sorry, Susan.
Oh, that's okay. Okay, so then the next things are the resolutions that you have. Then next is some of the newspaper articles. So you'll see a 5/23/12 New Paltz article, New Paltz Town Board votes on feasibility study grant for South Park Corners Road. Okay, then next is a Article 7/31/12, New Paltz seeks funds for sewer extension study by Bill Kimball, which talks about the study. Then on 9/11/14, Ulster County Industrial Development Agency wants an update from the town of New Paltz on the status of the sewer grant. Now, if you recall, we did that in 2012. This is now 2014. The reason why the study did not proceed for a long time was because it was not possible to find a discharge point that the DEC would accept for us to find the ability to do sewer on South Park Corners Road. So Dave Clauser was trying to find different areas of discharge, couldn't find it. We started working on other projects, and so this sat idle for a while. And then Dave was continuing his study, and then at a certain point, and Dave will do that in his presentation, the DEC finally said that there was a potential to use a particular site for discharge, and that's why Dave picked up the banner to start finishing this study. The Ulster County IDA was sort of taking us on. This was right after we denied Park Point, after we probably agreed to litigate them, and then they were at a board meeting and they started to take us on about the fact that we hadn't done our study. And so we had to respond to them that the reason we didn't do the study was because we don't have an answer to finish the study. But then we sort of ended up finding out that there was a possibility to continue it. So 9/11/14 is when they brought back up. And I find it really interesting that the IDA, which we all know, the town board and town of New Paltz does not get along that well with the IDA. So when the Ulster County IDA actually defends the town board, I think that's quite a remarkable accomplishment on behalf of this town board to have a agency that we're suing actually defend us in the press. So most recently, 12/16/14, Bill Kimball wrote in the Freeman, and I'll just go down to the one part where he says, Michael Hudrowski, who happens to be the chair of the IDA, took a sarcastic tone when noting the project was criticized by the New Paltz School District officials who contend they were unaware of a town proposal to locate a sewage treatment plant near the high school. Quote, they've been moving forward just as you would expect, seamless and transparent. Thank you, Michael. He said, everybody on the board is just grinding it out. Town Supervisor Susan Zibit told the school district officials in a letter that it was disconcerting the district didn't contact the town before commenting on the plan. The New Paltz Town Board began discussions about treatment plans in 2011 as a part of an effort to attract business to South Park Corners Road. Over the past 3 years, several meetings have included discussions about either constructing a plant or seeking grant money for a feasibility study related to the sewage treatment plant. So these are all the articles that were in
That
the
article
paper.
also state that although it wasn't clear where the site would be located?
No, it doesn't. It says, the Ulster County Industrial Development Agency next month will review the status of a planned town of New Paltz study regarding water and sewer needs along South Park Corners Road. The agency board chairman, Michael Hodowski, said the town has provided information about a study of the issue that was conducted with a $4,500 grant awarded in mid-2012. We received a letter from the town lawyer indicating they were moving after 28 months, Hodowski said at a meeting. And I do have the letter to give the town board tomorrow. Joe sent the letter out about 3 weeks ago. In the middle of our move, we weren't getting our mail, so I didn't have it to share with you guys, but I will get it to you tomorrow. Agency officials in September noted there was no deadline for filing a report, but also said policy changes are needed that would set limits on how long a grant can go unused. Then I proceeded to read that same paragraph again. I'd be more than happy to read it again. They have been moving forward, just as you would accept, seamless and transparent. Everybody on the board is just kind of grinding it out. Town officials have said they would like water and sewer service installed as a part of a county road improvement project scheduled for 2016. Among the work planning is widening South Park Corners Road, improving sections of the road for right turns and adding a lane for bicycle pedestrians. The relationship between the IDA and the town board has also been strained recently by lawsuits involving a payment in lieu of taxes agreement approved by the agency for the proposed Park Point student housing complex in the city of New Paltz. Town officials are suing to have the tax breaks voided, while a developer, Rochester-based Wilmite, has filed a suit against the town for failing to approve the project. And I will just point out, in case anybody doesn't know, Wilmite just was approved for a casino deal up in Tyree for over $400 million, but we'll talk about that later. Okay, so moving right along. So most recently, we had a couple of weeks ago, because the IDA brought this up, we actually talked about it. We were asked by our reporter for the New Paltz Times about the status of it. And certain members of the board have said they never knew anything about it, but regardless, on November 13th, when we were asked the question during public input, a reporter from the New Paltz Times inquired about a letter to the UCIDA regarding a feasibility study. Supervisor Zimmett indicated that a number of years ago, the town had applied for a grant for a feasibility study for South Park Corners Road. However, the paperwork was not submitted properly. When she returned to office in 2012, the town resubmitted the paperwork. You know what, actually, instead of me wasting my time reading it, why don't you just... November 13, 2014.
We're going to watch another video.
Yes, and I think
We're
it's
going to watch
Dan.
it in 2 hours.
You know what, Dan?
And we're sitting here watching videos.
Dan,
No. You know what? I'd like the opportunity to speak as a town councilman since you've spoken and shown videos for the last 2 hours.
You've had the opportunity to be a town board.
IDA is expecting a letter from the town
I can explain to you exactly what that is.
regarding a feasibility study.
Yeah, what happened was a number of years ago, prior to me being supervisor, the town had applied for a feasibility study for South Park Corners Road, and it never got submitted properly and all that. So when I first came into office back in 3 years ago, we reapplied and got in all the paperwork and stuff. So we had this feasibility study. A lot of it had to do with sewer and seeing that we could do sewer on South Putt. And we were working on a particular piece of property. We thought that everything was going to be okay with that. Then the DEC said that they didn't think we could use that property. So we were trying to search for other places for sewer in order to be able to do the feasibility study. And there were other sites that we were looking at, and of course we had to talk to the landowners and whatever. But what has happened is the property that we're looking at now seems to be favored by the DEC, and there's meetings going on right now with the DEC in regards to a site to do sewer on South Putt, and the DEC seems to be happy. So we will be getting a letter back to the IDA with the update and information, because now we can proceed to do the study, now that we think we really finally solved the sewer problem on South Park Corners Road.
So do you have a time frame for that?
Well, they want the letter back in 3 weeks. So we will have a letter back to them within 3 weeks.
In terms of the sewer situation, it's being worked on right now, and there's a number of developments that are involved in helping us to figure out how we're going to, create the sewer system and how it's going to get paid for, and waiting for some final things from the DEC, and then we have to talk to the landowners about, purchasing the property. So there's still work to be done, but at least we finally think we have a solution of how we can get sewer on South Putt. Okay, that's what that is. Okay, anybody else?
So where in that video is it stated that a sewage treatment plant would be placed in that close proximity of a high school?
Dan?
Dan.
Go ahead.
Yes?
You want to say anything?
I have nothing to say.
Okay, so I'd like to
Okay,
keep
Dan,
going.
and I'd like to, yeah, okay, well, excuse me, with all due respect, the town board has not had the opportunity to say anything, despite
even
the
all the
fact
town
that a
board members have got to
resolution,
say everything.
that a resolution was, I know that, and if it takes us 3 hours more, we'll take 3 hours more, because, and you're more than welcome to stay.
No, it's fine.
Let me just say very clearly, the school board spent 2 meetings trashing the town board. It's been on blogs, it's been in the newspapers. This is the first time the town board no, the town board's gonna have the opportunity to speak about it, okay? Okay, so now,
I'd like the opportunity
excuse
to
me.
speak as a council member who has sat here for 2 hours listening mainly to the supervisor read reports.
We'll do a few, no, we're not reading
No,
reports,
no,
Dan.
I am
Right,
allowed
sit
the
down.
opportunity to speak, so I'm going to speak.
Okay, go ahead, say what
My
you want.
issue here is in that video, you never say where the location is going to be. Everybody knows that this was something that was in the works. There's no discussion over that. We understand that. But the problem here is, Susan, that your emails and a number of these correspondence don't add up. For example, your email on Thursday, December 4th, 2014, you said, whatever I saw, Dave showed Greenfield before any of us have seen anything. You indicate that you were unaware of many of this. However, in Dave's letter to the IDA, of which has not been presented to the town board, but I received via a FOIL request, he mentions explicitly about this property. Additionally, I have an issue with, and I'd like further clarification on the fact that it says, was offered for review by a landowner. And Dave, what does that mean, offered for review by a landowner, the property in question? And I assume that this is relating to the property of which that plan was given to the school board. Am I correct in saying that?
I met with the landowner because he had some information on the property. The property is very wet. He had the wetlands delineated for another project that he had proposed on the property. I got that information. That was very helpful to be able to get the DEC out there to take a look at where the wetlands really were. And that facilitated the DEC's saying this looks like it might work.
The issue I have with most of this conversation is not about whether, well, we were going to try to get water at South, but that's understood.
It's not water, it's sewer.
Thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
The issue here is that there is an inherent conflict of interest, of which multiple members of our board knew, and they did not let that be known to the public.
Excuse me, Dan.
They did not consult the school.
Dan, what conflict of interest?
Who owns that property?
Which property?
The property that the site plans are drawn on.
The property
conceptual
adjoining
plans?
the high school is owned by Terry Copeland.
Also, there are no site plans.
So I thought you would say that, and that's why I brought with
Can you
the
let him
email.
finish speaking?
Sure, I'm sorry.
You asked him a question, he's answering it. He's just not giving you the answer you
The
want.
property
Keep
next to
going,
the high
keep going,
school is owned by
seriously.
Terry Copeland, and
Yep.
the property next to that, which adjoins or is adjacent to the funeral home, is owned by me.
So then why does the deputy supervisor of the town of New Paltz say you own the property? Because I have an email that indicates that as well. It's also in the email where it says to not respond to the school board's request
Didn't I
when
just
they
say
want
I
further
did?
information
And
on it.
why do you think I've been recusing myself from all those meetings?
Okay.
And
But
why
you did
is
not
it-
own the land.
Why is it that I haven't participated in one single discussion about South Putt Corner since I've been a town board member?
I am not accusing you of doing something wrong.
You
I'm
just-
saying that there is a conflict that should have been addressed, and there are members of this board who were aware of that, and the entire board was not made aware of that.
Time out. Dave, I'm sorry, Kevin, do you own the property that's under consideration for a potential site for a sewer plant that is yet to be designed, discussed? Do you own that property?
I said,
Excuse me.
listen, I own the property that's next to the Copeland Funeral Home, okay? I've never met with Dave Paltz or discussed any of this. I don't know what he presented to the school board. So no, I haven't participated in any discussions about any of this.
And I did not accuse you of that.
Okay, so what's the conflict?
Do you own the property that Dave is looking at?
I have no idea if he's looking at one or the other.
Okay, but the problem with doing that is members of the board were aware that that was the property in question, including the supervisor.
Dan, with all due respect, okay, this particular piece of property has been discussed long before I became supervisor, okay? They've been talking about South Park Corners Road. They've been talking about doing a sewer feasibility study and possibly locating sewer. And the Copeland property is the only property on South Park Corners that has the discharge available, where the DEC said they couldn't do it. Then now I think the DEC is considering, but I don't know. We have, quite frankly, we have not had an update from Dave on the sewer feasibility and what's going on for quite a while, because he's been working on the water. He's just got started. After the school board had their meeting and passed the news, and let me just ask one question. As the school board says that we've already developed sewer plans and we're already negotiating, okay? Dave, this is the map that you gave, that I got from you after you showed it to the school board. None of us saw it beforehand, okay? And what my understanding is as you're trying to do your feasibility study, you needed to understand whether or not we've known that the school has had a lot of problems with its sewer, and we're going to talk about that because I think a lot of people need to understand how does the school district dispose of its sewer right now. And as the school district talks about the horrific thing the town board's going to do, decide a potential sewer plant next to the school district, nobody's talking about how the sewer is disposed of at the school district right now, or about the retention ponds that, that things are discharged into that have no fences right next to the baseball field and the soccer fields that the kids could go into. So let's talk about the sewer, which we will do in a few minutes, okay?
Yeah,
However, Dan, okay, so this, from what I understand, you asked, the school district used to have a lot of problems. We know they used to have a lot of problems. We've since learned they've done some upgrades. You were asking Tim Rogers if, to get you what flow or capacity the school district might need if they would ever sign in, okay, or, become a part of it. That was your question. What do you need so you could do your feasibility study to come back to the town to say what we might need, what we might want to look at, what we might not want to look at? You asked that question. Next thing, Steve Greenfield showed up in your office. You went over a bunch of stuff. He presented that to the school board. The school board did a resolution based on, well, whatever it is. You had a meeting with Steve Greenfield, okay? You had a meeting with Steve Greenfield. You showed him this map. We had never seen it. And oh, by the way, this map is not a site plan. This map is a property overview that I understand you put together just for the DEC to give them a sense of where you were looking to possibly site a potential sewer plan. This is not a site plan.
That's not a site plan.
Okay. These are site plans, right? Okay, these are site plans just for a sewer system.
Those are what project? Design plans for a sewer system.
Okay, how come we don't have any plans for this particular site?
I haven't been authorized to do any design.
Excuse me, what did you say?
I haven't been authorized to do any design or any treatment plan.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, but no, the school board is already...
I have another problem, though, because Jeff says in an email, I've been in meetings on the proposed site with Susan, engineer Chris M., proposed developers for at least the last year, dated Sunday, November 30th, 2014. Additionally, Dave says to you, Susan, in that email that eventually went to Steve, it says that you have a copy of the concept Steve saw.
What, and this is
And
exactly...
actually, wait, if I can reply to part of that too, Dan, it's absolutely a fact. And I have met with developers, and we have development meetings. Since I'm the liaison to the planning board, I do meet with developers frequently. I meet him with the engineer. I met him with Susan. The meeting that took place a meeting that took place that involved that piece of land, Dan, there's actually 4 landowners out there. A single member of one of the landowners, who also owns a lot there, is representing all 4 lots. So actually, the lot that the proposed wastewater treatment plant could go on South Putt Corners Road, may go on 1 of the 4, 2 of the 4, 3 of the 4, and 4 of the 4. Do I have that? Is my memory of that correct? Potentially it could affect. It could affect because of access road, because of the discharge point, because of where the stream goes and where the lands are. So absolutely I was in a meeting, and Dan, and I indicated that to you in an email. That's exactly what I said to you. I also
Excuse me.
I also indicated that Kevin Berry, in that same email, is one of the landowners.
You did, and I
I
never
also,
accused Kevin
and
of doing
I
anything
also,
wrong in this
I'm
situation.
trying to see where my conflict is here, though. I also
I didn't
indicated
say you had a
that
conflict.
Kevin has never once asked me about it, and actually the two other landowners have never once asked me about it. I know both of them personally. They've never once spoken to me about it. I've never spoken to them about it. The only meeting I ever had on that, Dave Klauser was in attendance with. And again, I have these meetings frequently. And when I say frequently, there's a couple a year. And they are with people looking to develop in our community who have applications in front of our planning board and or ZBA. And because I am the liaison to both the planning board and the ZBA. These are not unusual meetings. These are normal course of business meetings.
So what I wanted to say, to be perfectly clear.
But you
I'm
don't
not-
report to the board.
I'm not
You don't
accusing-
report items to the board, though, where it can involve a potential piece of land, because you would put that piece of land potentially into a very compromised position.
We
You
weren't at
change
the
the
point.
value of the land.
We weren't at
So
the
you don't
point.
discuss pieces of land publicly when it could involve changing what the value of that land is, or where it is going to be, or what's it going to be used for.
Unless the landowner was aware that we were looking into it, which is indicated in Dave's letter here, that he saw those DEC plans.
With all,
So, but there's one point I do want to make, and that is that I want to make it crystal clear. I'm not accusing Kevin of doing anything wrong. My issue here is this and solely this, that there is an inherent conflict. Again, I'm not saying you did anything wrong, but members of our board were clearly aware of that.
Where's
It
the
was-
conflict?
It was never
befuddled.
publicly disclosed.
That's not true, Dan. They've talked about Copeland's property long
You
before
were,
I came
but
back as
people were aware
supervisor.
that Dave
Okay?
was looking at that property. That's indicated in
Dave
dozens
is-
of emails.
Dave is doing a feasibility study. In the feasibility study, Dave is looking at options for a possible way to find sewer for South Park Corners. In it, Dave will explain later, the village is one option, but it might not be an option. The village is not a possible option, okay? If the village gets out from the consent order, if the village this, if the village that, whatever, if the village doesn't have to annex in South Park Corners, all sorts of things, okay? There's the village. But Dave will go through this. There was sewer 6, okay? There is one other piece of property possibly across the South Park Corners Road that Dave has just begun to investigate. And then there's the property on South Park Corners Road, which is Copeland's property. That's what he's studying. He's doing that study. In order to get the information for the study, he had to meet with Copeland to get the topos, to get the wetlands, to understand it. He had to meet with the DEC to see if there was any opportunity. It's all a part of him doing his study. This board has made no decisions, doesn't even know. Quite frankly, when we were doing the grant for Sewer 6, okay, when we spent money on Dave to fix Sewer 6. We met with the Sewer 6 people. We spent $5,000 to come up with a new plan for Sewer 6. We brought all the Sewer 6 people in. We met with them and talked about that. We told them what we wanted to do. Dave and I went to the DEC. We said to the DEC, this is our plan for Sewer 6. They said to us, we don't want you to fix Sewer 6. We want you to go down to the village plant. You've got the piping underneath the ground, under the thruway. We want you to go to the village. We would like the village to build a new state-of-the-art sewer system that the town and the village could both go in on together, high up on Huguenot Street, all the way back out of the wetlands, out of the gardens of nutrition, and we'll even lift the consent order if you do that. We were like, okay. So I go back to the mayor, and I talk to the mayor about it, and the mayor says, well, you got to annex everything into the village. I said, Jason, you're going to annex in Sewer 6 all the way down to the village? I said, how's that going to work? I said, Jason, we have this opportunity to basically solve the sewer problem for the community. We have all the sewer, we have the infrastructure in there. We could pipe everything down to a brand new sewer plant, state of the art. The DEC wants us to do it. He said, no, thank you. Okay?
So you're saying that this is all very conceptual and was not very far along?
Dan, it is so conceptual and so not very far along that is why, thank you very much for understanding now why we are so damn upset with this resolution by the school board, lawyers being hired to investigate minutes on the board, on the thing. We haven't talked about it in a year. There are no minutes except for the 2 minutes, the ones that I read tonight. Okay, so
Are we
yes,
going into
Dan,
executive session tonight?
we might go into executive session at the end to talk about something with the Teamsters, yes.
Okay, because originally there was an email that was sent out that said we'd be
No,
discussing land
I just,
acquisition.
what happened was, okay, I will address that in a second, but not to go in for that, okay? I want to comment about your comment that you said about me saying I have this map, okay? So what happened was, however Steve Greenfield and Dave Klauser spoke, they spoke. Next thing I know, I get an email. I can't remember, quite frankly, because we were in the middle of the move, and it was pretty damn hard, working with no heat, no electricity, and trying to run the town and be responsive to the public. But despite that, I think you sent out an email about, if I remember how it began, about us building a sewer plant next to the school, and whatever you sent out that first time, I called Dave the next day and said, Dave, what are you talking about? What's going on? What are you talking about? Can you meet with me? I'm about to go away on vacation. What's going on? I met Dave for lunch. It was after the meeting with Steve Greenfield when I first got this property overview map, and he said, this is what I gave to Steve Greenfield.
So you
and
were
it says right here, property overview map, okay?
So you were
And
unaware what land it was when you were CC'd on this message?
I've always known that they're talking about the Copeland property. It's the only place that has a discharge stream on South Pocahontas Road.
So you've always known that was the property?
They've talked about this property before I even came back, and when they were doing the feasibility study the first time in 2011.
Dave,
Okay. Dave, let Dave answer that.
Yeah, I can help in this. 1997, one of the town board.
Steve, can you please go ahead. No, Steve, please stop it. Go ahead.
Been really misunderstood. In 1997, one of the town board members, Dave Strong at the time, had me walk that property. I think that's long before.
It was in tax sale.
I believe it was a tax sale. He asked me to look at it and give him an idea of whether a sewage treatment plant could be developed there. And I told him it looked much too wet to be able to do that. That was back in 1997. I mean, this has been kicking around for a long time. 1990, it was in the sewer feasibility study of 1990.
So, I'm sorry, Dan, but...
That same exact piece of property.
Yeah.
But it was ruled out.
Okay, so...
But there's so many
It was
issues.
ruled out at the time because the DEC said that you couldn't discharge into the stream, if I remember correctly, right?
They didn't have the information as far as the wetland delineation. There is a spot on that property that now they believe is possible from our meeting with the DEC on the property.
So actually, no, it wasn't a discharge, it wasn't a discharge issue. It is an issue of, is there a dry spot to situate the wastewater treatment plant?
Treatment plant would have to be out of the wetlands and out of the wetland buffers both.
So they weren't concerned about the stream class to be a suitable discharge point.
The DEC said that was a great stream to discharge in 2 years ago.
So Susan, no, the issue was never the discharge point of it was never the discharge. The issue was, is there a dry spot for which to locate the plant? We had not delineated wetlands in the 1990s. We weren't delineating, no one was delineating. I don't even know if Spider was even around to do it then. So we did not have Spider Barber around, we did not have wetlands law, we didn't have wetlands for which to delineate. So it was an issue of where to put a wastewater treatment plant, not an issue of a discharge point. The discharge stream is of the correct class and flows enough to be an excellent place for it. Hence why sewer 6, they want so desperately closed. And Dave, correct me if I'm wrong here, sewer 6 discharges basically into a giant wetland.
That's true.
And that is there anything the DEC hates more than things that just discharge into a wetland?
They would allow us to upgrade that plant, but not any more flow in that plant. Their
So it doesn't do any good.
plant is in bad shape.
Okay, so, anyway, Dan, I got this after the fact, not before the fact, and it was only by me trying to do my due diligence to understand what was going on, because all of a sudden I heard the school board took action against us, and I didn't know why or what reasons for, so I went to Dave to find out what happened, what kind of conversation he had, what was going on, and basically from the town board's perspective...
That timeline doesn't actually work. Based on the emails, you wouldn't have received that after the school took action.
I know, it's not, I'm saying you, whenever you sent an email out, okay...
Which would have been a long time before the school board actually took action.
Whenever it was, I was getting ready to go away or something, I called Dave, I asked him, I had just come back from someplace, hadn't I? Where was I?
And the school district also did reach out. You stated that they did not.
That's not true at all.
Yes, they did. What is the communication that Steve had? I'm a town official.
Oh,
and a school
okay,
official
okay.
reached out.
To
Dan, let me address that. First of all,
please.
First of all, we have some clips we're going to play.
Okay.
I know that you're sad about it, but you're the people that are complaining, okay? So you need to know
By
the
the way,
truth.
no one at home can hear or see the clips.
Okay, so Dan, let me explain something, okay? And this is very important, okay?
The bottom line is, the school board has made certain allegations against town board members, okay? They relied on information from two people, okay? One was in the audience here who sat at that 35-minute meeting talking about South Putt and sewer feasibility and everything. So he was well aware of that back in 2012.
No address.
The other person they relied on indirectly was you.
And the third person.
Hold on, hold on.
Dave Klauser.
Excuse me, Dave will respond, believe me, Dave will respond.
So the other person they relied on indirectly, unfortunately, was you.
How is that unfortunate?
Now, so what does Maria Rice do? Maria Rice runs a $55 million corporation and is well paid. What does she do? She doesn't pick up the phone and call the supervisor and ask if any of this information is true or false. No, she spends taxpayer money by calling her lawyers and asking their lawyers to look on the town's website to see if there are any resolutions that deal with this whole subject matter. That is absolutely a waste of taxpayer money when you can pick up the phone and call a supervisor, this is her second term, a town board member that's been on the town board for years and years, is the liaison to planning board and ZBAs. This is where the information is at no cost to the community. No, that's not what happens. What happens is she calls the lawyer does this research and doesn't find anything, and then drafts a resolution condemning us for being not transparent, unethical, and intentionally withholding information from the public. How do you think that makes us feel?
You say us, I'm also us.
Well, no, you were part of the accusation.
How was I, I'm not on the school board, I didn't
No,
vote in
but
favor of the resolution.
Dan, at 5 minutes and 55 seconds to go in the school board meeting, when Maria Rice says, and we're sure this wasn't in the public, looking at her fellow board members, looking into the audience at somebody who was there.
Oh, and I said, no.
And
Yeah,
she
you
says,
can
are we
show the clip.
sure? Oh, yes, I see we're sure.
Good.
So who was that in the audience?
It was me.
Okay, so you
Absolutely.
affirmed that.
I'm affirming that what I stated was accurate, which is that at no point was it made to the public's attention
Dan,
that the
what you
treatment plan would be
said,
placed right next to the high school like that.
What you did was you made a representation without doing your homework, just like the school board did. And that's unfortunate, Steve, because you were at that meeting, you spent 35 minutes listening, and you're gonna see clips of Steve Greenfield and what he has to say.
Excuse me, please.
We're gonna have
please.
clips showing the public what you've said.
Okay, so anyway, just to go back to the timeline, Dan, you're right, it was before the resolution. When you wrote the first email after Steve Greenfield got in touch with you and said a bunch of stuff, I responded, and I was like, Dan, I don't even know how we can respond. You have not sent the email of what Steve Greenfield is saying, okay? And so I wrote back to you and said, how are we supposed to respond until I see what you are being asked, okay? You're having the conversation, now you're all of a sudden telling us. As soon as you told me you had a conversation, how do you need to respond? I called Dave because I didn't know how to respond, because I didn't know what transpired, I didn't know what happened, and Dave has not done an update to this town board about where the feasibility study is, because he wasn't done and ready to present to us, okay? So I called Dave and said, Dave, can you meet me for lunch so I know what's going on? I met from Dave for lunch, that's when he showed me this map really quickly. It wasn't, is it this map? This map? Okay, he showed me this map really quickly, which is a overview that he just did for the DEC to show them where it was located. He explained to me what's sort of going on, and then I said, okay, so we're not even there, we're not even ready for you to come up and present the feasibility study to us because you still have no work to do. He said, absolutely. I said, okay, and then because of you wanting us to do a board resolution saying we're not going to even study anything anymore, the school board taking their resolution, we decided to put this on the agenda tonight and have Dave talk about the feasibility study and where we're at so we can put this to bed.
Do you recall what time you had lunch with Dave when you found that out?
I had, what time, Dave, what time did we have lunch? We met at, I can tell you, we met at the Mexican restaurant. We met on a Monday because you didn't know if it would be opened, okay? And we met probably 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 12:30, 1 o'clock?
So you left me a voicemail on December 1st, which is that Monday at 11:03, where you indicate you know the property. And
I've always known the property, that's not a secret. We just talked, he just
Thank
said
you.
in 1997, David Strong had him walk the Copeland property down.
No,
I'm
you're
sorry,
good.
if you,
No, I got what I wanted.
excuse me, with all due respect, that is not, the whole town, you know what, excuse me, with all due respect, that's not true. But anyway, anyway, okay, so, let's.
Yell at my view. You chat on anyone stands up and falls when you're talking. Just calm down. I'm trying to listen to it here.
Excuse me. Let's just, I understand this could be a heated topic, all right? We'll give opportunity to let the board talk. When they have opportunity to allow the community to do their input, they will. We really don't want back and forth arguments in the audience. How can we get anything get resolved? So they could just make these accusations.
Steve. Go. Joe, thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Which I have here. I call a reproduction of it with the technical specs drawn out on it, so I'm going to pass that around so everybody can take a look at it. And what's happening was really quite a surprise. Obviously, there's been no information about this, prior to now from the town board about the planning of this. But what Dave told me, the New Paltz Town Board. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, to be more specific, the New Paltz Town Board. So apparently, this plan has been developed all the way to almost the point of purchase of the property in it's seemingly, I'm not going to allege anything specific, but seemingly in some kind of very private way, because not even all the town board members knew that it was going on without any notification or consultation with us as the people responsible for the safety. So
absolutely no calls about this. I just want to make it.
but I think we can all agree that that this is outrageous. It's outrageous. There's no other word to call it. It's not simply an error in judgment and what could they be thinking, because they've clearly been planning this in secret on purpose. And so there was intent to not have people find out about it, to not have us find out about it.
We're sure that this was not in public. I mean,
Yes.
we're sure.
We are absolutely sure.
We're sure. I can see we're sure.
We are absolutely sure. As I said, they didn't even tell everyone on the town board.
So, what I'd like you to do, guys, is, can you show the pictures that you took today? Because what I'd like, just before we have Dave do the presentation, I would just like to have a little bit of conversation about the sewer at South Polk, at the high school right now, about what kind of sewer is there? Now,
Dave, what kind of system is there right now?
please come up and use the microphone.
Kevin, are you talking about the school district? The high
Talking
school?
about the school district, the sewer at the school district. Right now, what's the system? How does it operate? Where does it discard into? What kind of system?
I called the DEC to try to find out what the flow was. I'd asked for that from Steve. Again, I'm trying to put together the flows for the report. The DEC said they didn't have any information to check with the county health department. I spoke to the county health department. They said they had a file that said it had a speedies permit issued in 1979. It was a buried sand filter. They used chlorination and a aeration lagoon before the discharge, but they had no files on the system. So I called the DEC again, and because Steve had told me that they had done some repairs 2 or 3 years ago. The DEC said that they knew there was 45,000 square feet of new repairs, which is over an acre. That's a big bed. There's a chlorination that happens there for disinfection, and there's also a
Does a
lagoon.
chlorination happen on the, at the school district?
Yes,
So they bring the chlorination trucks into the school district?
it's a system. So
Okay, it's a
they have-
system.
They have
Okay, so they
to,
do the chlorination system on the school district property, so there's chlorine on the school district property?
that's according to the DEC's Speedies permit.
Okay,
They also said that the Speedies permit is expired. It's ran out 3 months ago. They're expecting our engineering report from the school district within the next few months. And there's going to be an inspection of the system. They said that they don't have a record of any inspection for the last 10 years, and they don't have any samples for at least 5 years. That's according to the DEC's file on this.
Now, a Speedies permit, and this is just coming from my memory, a Speedies permit, there are 5 and 10 years, so theirs is a 5 or 10.
I don't know.
So it's either a 5 or a 10 year, and you're required by law to renew your Speedies permit, I believe, 6 months?
That's correct.
It's 180 days, I believe, prior. So we are now working on 9 months of an expired permit virtually then, because no application was received, so we now have a 9-month expired Speedies permit. So we have no record of what's being discharged, if it's being treated properly, or how it's going into the system and how it's going into
The DEC's records are very thin on this.
This is also which is interesting too, because wasn't this also the same water that our school district managed to pollute with several thousand gallons of fuel oil, not that many years ago?
It's probably 10 years ago or so.
So since the 10 years since that was polluted by the school, they have not gone back and to check to make sure that they're not discharging improper waste.
I don't know.
There's no records of it.
Right.
Okay.
does that make sense? Okay, so explain the school district sewer system, the solid waste, where the solid waste goes, how they deal with their sewer discharge.
They don't have records more than, it's 1979 is when the Speedies permit was issued to begin with. Buried sand filters have a very bad habit of dying in about 25 years, so I'm not surprised that there was a repair on that system. I was a little shocked that you could replace an acre of sand filter bed without getting plans approved from either the health department or the DEC, but evidently there wasn't.
I'm sorry, say that again, you're saying that there were no health department approved plans? Can you say that again, Lana?
For this latest repair, there was no plans, and at 45,000 square foot repair is a huge repair.
Okay, so now, as I understand it, they take the solids from the school.
This is not topical.
Excuse me, it's topical for us.
Let the people speak.
They ship it out. They come in with the truck, they take it out, right?
I expect there's a septic tank that they pump, is my...
Okay, so now behind you, what is that, what's that picture behind you?
It's a sign. It's a green sign.
Looks like an outfall permit sign.
Can you guys explain what this picture is?
It's just, can we play the clip?
Yeah, please,
Okay.
sure.
Which clip is it, this one?
There's no plans for such a fence, that there would be a security fence around the tanks themselves, but there would be no barrier between.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. We said there was no plan for a physical barrier between the end of the school property line and the waste treatment site, but that there would be security fence around the tanks themselves. You get a little bit outraged about, really, they're not even thinking of putting a fence so that kids can't go walking in there, but the fact of the matter is, yeah, they were thinking that because they...
It's a pond with discharge, right?
And where's that located?
And where is that located?
It's on the school property right next to the fields.
Right next to the soccer fields and the football fields where the kids play,
Correct.
with no fence around it.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so the leach field for the school district is right there by the soccer fields, right by the football fields, no fence, chlorination. When you went there today, did you smell anything?
Yeah, it smelled like chlorine.
Okay.
Nah.
David, would you like to, I think it would be good is if you started to do your presentation on the feasibility study so we can understand what you've done, where we're at, and what this was all about? 5-minute break? Okay, 5-minute break.
If you want to talk, you're welcome to go out into the vestibule and talk, or let's all take our seats. Thank you. I want to get home before 1 a.m.
Okay, we have a lot of work still to do. Okay, what was I going to say? Okay, Dave, you're going to do an update on where you're at with the sewer needs feasibility study. So I turn it over to you.
Thank you. I'm going to try to fly through this. I know everybody wants to get home before midnight. No problem. I do. All right, guys. So this is an update of what we've been doing. This has been an interesting project with the starts and the stops and all along the way. I want to give you a background of the feasibility study, a little summary of the scope of the study. A lot of this has been already said tonight, so I'll try not to repeat too much here. I want to give you just a summary of the study's findings, where we're at right now, the build-out alternatives as far as how much sewage flow is on South Putt Corners, discharge requirement considerations, and some wastewater treatment alternatives that have been considered. Our purpose was to identify the potential sewer needs for the future development of South Putt, and qualify options for wastewater treatment and disposal. The basis was prior town plans, the comprehensive plan, previous sewer studies. We used the current zoning data criteria to be able to develop the build-out. We looked at the corridor's resources as far as the wetlands, that are development constraints. We used the DEC's use and siting criteria to qualify any site that might be a discharge point. Our object was to identify the anticipated need and suggest potential solutions, but the determination of a solution that is in the best interest of the residents will be made by the municipality, like always. The scope of the study was, as Susan has gone through, look at the sewer needs, review and consider past planning efforts, identify site conditions, develop wastewater flow estimates, prepare future district mapping, and develop a conceptual estimate of cost. This shows the South Putt Corridor study area. There's a total of 435 acres in this area. It includes the I-1 zone. There's 149.4 acres of the land that's presently developed. There's 285.8 acres of land that's potentially available. And of the land that's potentially available, there's about 175.5 acres that has to be deducted because of zoning requirements. That's building setbacks, buffer requirements, open space requirements, wetland buffers, stormwater management, and utilities. This is just a slide of the wetland constraints there. There's quite a bit of acreage there, but you can see there's quite a bit of wetlands also. We looked at two scenarios, and this was primarily guided by the GEIS that was done on South Putt in 1995, and also information in the comp plan of 2010. The GEIS suggested a combination of light manufacturing and offices in the area. So we looked at what was possible to build out. The yellow here shows buildings. And again, this is really a maximum build out. You're never going to see this quite this intense. And then there's some shaded areas there that show where parking would be. For that building alternative 1, which has the light manufacturing and offices, there's 2.83 million square feet of building footprint. parking takes up 52 acres. Footprint is equal to about 58 acres. The flow that would be generated by that, and that flow includes the flow of 2 projects and Sewer 6. Let me just back up and talk about that a little bit. Sewer 6 went through a grant. There was 5 steps of approval. We were approved all 5 steps of that grant, and we haven't seen the money yet. It hasn't been awarded. We were hoping to be able to take the Sewer 6 grant money that's available and pump Sewer 6 over to another site instead of trying to repair the old plant that is at Sewer 6. That flow is pretty minor. It's about 15,000 gallons. Another project is a workforce housing project that is located on the east side of the thruway. It's looking for sewer, basically. It doesn't have a solution on that. Another project is the new Wildberry Lodge project. That has 60,000 gallons of flow. If that project were to be approved, and again, timing is everything here. They need to have sewer by mid-2017. If the town sewer plant wasn't available at that time, then they would build their own plant on their own site. They would be a big customer, but they're in the secret process. Don't know where that's going. Scenario 2 was to look at all office. And all office has a smaller footprint, 20 acres compared to the 50 acres of the manufacturing, light manufacturing. Has about the same number of square feet, 2.62 million square feet of office space. The parking is quite a bit more because there's much more parking for offices than there are for warehouses, basically. The flow, including the contribution from east of the thruway, would be 281.7, which is considerably more than that 140 that we looked at a minute ago. So we took the existing flows plus the future development area flows, and I ended up using an average of the 2 scenarios, figuring that there's possibility of office build out, not to that extent unless SUNY's very helpful. I used the combination of those 2 flows, and it comes up to 351,400 gallons per day. So the next step, now that we know what the flows are, is find a place to discharge. Considerations on the discharge was we wanted to look at prior options. The 1990 sewer plant sewer study looked at the 3 that were mentioned before. One of them was going to the village. The other was going to Sewer 6. That's been nixed by the DEC. They will allow no more flow in Sewer 6. And the third one was south of the high school. In 1990, the choice was the village. At that time, there wasn't a consent order on the village sewer. They didn't have the I&I problems that they had to fix before they could make new connections. The village has been working on that over the past few years. They are making some headway. Right now, as of Saturday actually, Jason had sent an email offering that there's some planning going on for a second sewage treatment plant by the village to be able to take the flows from the development. A great gesture, and I really hope that works. We also looked at the synergistic opportunities that I talked about with the Wildberry Lodge and also the workforce housing project. At one point in time, we were looking at the Park Point sewage treatment plant to be taken over by the town. We looked at that closely until about the spring when the wheels fell off the bus on that. We actually worked with the engineer in the design of that plant to make sure that it was up to municipal standards. The plant that they were going to use at that project is actually the one that I would suggest to be used here. It's kind of a state-of-the-art, very low maintenance, very easy to operate.
So this was a sewer plant that was designed for Park Point.
This is the one that I would suggest.
So you're saying the one that was designed for Park Point that was approved by our planning board would be a similar one that you would recommend if we were to consider doing this?
Yes, we looked at, with that engineer, we looked at about 3 different types of systems, and this one made the most sense
Okay.
as far as overall
And
low cost for the town.
if, depending on what happens with Park Point sewer plant could be an option.
It could be. We designed into that plant an extra 200,000 gallons per day, hoping at that time that the town would be able to use that. We looked for locations for a discharge. One of the places that we looked for was the old property that's been around for some time, the Copeland property. We had talked to the DEC about that some time ago, and they were not so interested. They knew it was wet. We did meet, I'm going to say recently, with Mr. Copeland to get some information that he had. He has the wetland delineations done. He also had some topo done. He had that done as part of another project that he had planned. That was very good information because it showed an area that looked possible. We looked at the grades. We went out and walked the site and then invited the DEC to come out and take a look at the wetlands. We talked to the wetland person to begin with. He liked it. We then went to their Division of Waters and asked for what the permit limits would be for a plant like this. And they were able to give us those permit limits. So it looks like a plant that could happen. I'll give you more about that plant. Technologies, it's called a moving bed bioreactor system. It's a sort of a activated sludge system. There's all different types of activated sludge. This is not at all something that uses a lot of chemicals. When I saw some of the media stuff that was going on, it sounded like it was an industrial treatment plant. This is really biological treatment. We have to maintain, to get the best results, we have to maintain the pH at a neutral level, and so one of the chemicals, there's 2 chemicals that are used in this. The rest of it is all biological treatment. The one chemical is magnesium hydroxide, which is milk of magnesia, and that keeps the pH steady. The other one is aluminum sulfate. It's an alum. It's used in water treatment plants. It's something that we wouldn't have had to use except that the DEC has recently required phosphorus removal in all streams, so that's an add-on to this plant. This plant works really well with removing phosphorus. This plant has very low operation and maintenance costs. It's expandable. Each of the tanks is 50 to 75,000 gallons per day, so as the district grows, you put in more tanks, you build the control system at the initial part so you're ready to expand. The little thing in the corner there is the plastic medias, and they float around. In the mid-tank there, there's air that feeds the bacteria, makes it all work. The disinfection on this plant is not chlorine, it's ultraviolet disinfection. This is just a rendering of what a typical MBBR plant would look like. The tanks are below ground. There's some control structures on top. The little building has a filter and the disinfection in it. But it's basically, you're going to see that little building. There's not much to it. Being in the ground, the temperature is more constant. It really works well. Tanks are all covered. There's no odor. So this is the high school. It shows, again, it's very small there. It shows the treatment plant located down in an area that is out of the wetlands and out of the wetland buffers. This,
Dave, can you point this, I just want to see, the thing that's in the orange circle, is that where the leach field is now for the school district?
leach field's right here. The aeration
Pond?
lagoon is right there.
Okay, and where's the property that you're talking about? And
It's over here. Plant is here. If that's what's selected, it fits in the dry area. There's 150 feet of woods between the property line of the school and the plant. The closest the plant is to the school building is 900 and some feet. The DEC requires a separation distance of 200 feet for a residence. It requires less for a structure that's non-residential. So it's 3 football fields from the building.
Better use as fields.
This particular plant, based on this layout, could treat up to 350,000 gallons a day. Again, that would be a full build out. I found this interesting. This is from Google Maps. This is Middleburg, New York. Has a waste treatment facility. The little yellow pin there is where the plant is. It's 85 feet off of home plate, and it's 100 feet from the running track. It's been there since 1989. I talked to the plant operator. He said he's never missed any permit limits with the DEC. That's the Schoharie Creek on the side. He said he's never had any complaints from the school. And he said there's no odors, and I see that it's an oxidation ditch, that's an open top tank, which I'm surprised that no odors on that one.
How close is it to the homes there?
About 300 feet.
Would we ever have any homes near that plant? There's very no home sites, is there?
No.
So no homes would ever be able to be built, just because there's nothing developable out there?
The closest would be up on South Putt. It gets very wet in the back there, as you know. The next steps is to finalize the investigation for the qualification. There is another potential plant site. Right now, it doesn't look good, but we have one more thing to do to make sure that it doesn't or does qualify. We'd like to suggest that you explore that collaboration with the village. We will, when we get down to the plant, we will provide that conceptual estimate of cost. And if you need that, if there's alternatives to choose from, we can certainly do whatever alternatives you're looking for. Finalize the shovel-ready sewer feasibility report. Then it's up to a selection of the best available alternative by the town board. Secure the project funding. start the environmental review process, establish the sewer district extension, start the preliminary design, and get the permit applications into the DEC. As I said, that's about a 1-year process. You push very hard, you might do a little better, but probably not much better. Get the detailed design, secure the permits, solicit the contractor, award the construction contracts, commence the construction, and then start up.
But that's all outside the scope of the sewer feasibility study.
Right.
Because the sewer feasibility study.
It ends up there, it finalized the shovel-ready.
But what you're up to doing right now, and we've done no authorization, we haven't authorized you to design a sewer plant, we haven't authorized you to cost out, to do all the stuff, your sewer, and I might be wrong, your sewer feasibility study is to look at what sites are available to the town to provide sewer to South Putt, and you will present the different options, and then we'll make a decision for next steps, but you're not going to design a sewer plant in this feasibility study.
Not at all. Not for $8,500. Those those sewer plans there are over $100,000.
And we haven't authorized you to spend $100,000 to develop sewer plans.
No.
Have we? Have we? I didn't authorize $100,000, it's not my budget.
That's really it.
Dave, I just wanted to say to the board very quickly, because of course we'll explore the options for the village, but just for the record, I don't know when you got the email from Jason, but just for the record, last 2 weeks ago, because I was gone last week, so 2 weeks ago, I sent an email to the village board in regards to scheduling a meeting for the comprehensive plan, and I said that A, because of the town hall move, that obviously our priorities in terms of how we have to spend money, we now have a need to create a new town hall, so that of course changes everything. But that in terms of doing a comprehensive plan, talking about what we're doing with sewer, what we're doing with water, what we're doing with municipal buildings, it's a conversation we should have even before we spend $150,000 on a comprehensive plan and end up in the same place we are now, which is what are we doing about sewer, what are we doing about water? And I was told that these are town problems and not village problems, and I invited them to come tonight to talk to us about these issues, and I was told that it's a village problem, not the village problem. So I gather Jason reached out to you after the potential controversy with the school, and then he reached out to say maybe there's a way we could work together.
On Saturday, I got an email from Jason.
Saturday.
And I hope that's, that's encouraging to me. I really hope that works.
Well, it's encouraging in terms of the word collaboration. Collaboration means you work together to come out with a benefit for everybody, as opposed to us just becoming subservient, like we always are with everything in sewer and water. So it'd be great to try to work out something collaborative. That's what I was trying to suggest, and that's what I suggested when you and I went to the DEC, and they told us we should work with the village. We went 2.5 years ago. I said to Jason, let's just build one big gigantic sewer plant, brand new, state-of-the-art. The consent order will be lifted, we could deal with, take care of sewer 6, and I was turned down. So it's not like I haven't been trying.
The DEC really wants New Paltz to do something right, and they'd really like to see it very green, and there's some examples that they have that they really like and would
The DEC told
very
us
much
that there's a site on Huguenot Street, far north on Huguenot Street, towards the very end of the town outskirts. A perfect piece of property, high up. I don't know exactly where it is, but you knew, Dave. High up, that we could build a state-of-the-art sewer plant similar to what they've just done in Ellenville, that I think is solar and small and completely state-of-the-art, that would have all of our capacity. And understand that the piping is already under the thruway from sewer 6, so the sewer 6 could be pumped down, and then everything could be taken care of, the whole community could be taken care of. We'd have a state-of-the-art sewer plant. And if we could move in that direction, that would be phenomenal, but it's not necessarily just up to this town board. You have to have a partner.
A lot of it is timing, too. I mean, if the projects come in, if they're going to build their sewer plant on their site, they would certainly be willing to use that money to do something more regional. Again, timing is everything, though. If we don't look like we're going to have a plant ready by mid-2017, they'll be having their plans in a year beforehand to make sure that they do have a sewer plant.
Is that because of the permitting process is going to take anyone a year?
It's really difficult, yeah.
Does it help that this type plan has already been approved by our planning board, though, in a different location? Does that speed anything up?
That does help some. They're familiar with it.
So this same plan's already been approved by all of our planning board at another site, so that kind of does help.
And it was
that type of
unanimous.
plan. So that type of plan would help somewhere else.
That would, they're familiar with it at this region.
Dave, or rather this is more of a comment, I think it would be nice if we could collaborate with the village on it, especially when we're talking about consolidating governments. We've had that discussion for a while. To be able to not add additional town infrastructure, I think would be a benefit if it's a feasible idea. So I do hope that the offer that the mayor made is something that we can certainly investigate. I was wondering as well if in your feasibility study, if you did consider at all if the school district would be opposed to the location.
What I'm looking for, Dan, is to make sure that it meets all the DEC criteria, and it exceeds that threefold.
And then just additionally, from the letter that you sent the IDA, you wrote that the town intends to commence discussions with the landowners to establish a fair market value for a property acquisition. Is that still an accurate statement at this point?
That's only if the town board selects that site.
Okay. Thank you, Dave. And you were hoping that that would be completed by January 2015?
I'm hoping my report can be completed by January 2015. That's pretty stale.
What do you mean by pretty stale?
The Park Point really set us back on time. We had a lot of go and then stop and then what's going on here. And Wildberry was another thing that has now come up that makes it more pressing. Plus the South Putt improvement is we really would like to get some pipe in that roadway. It's not a good idea to dig it
Park
out
Point
after
was a
it's new.
stop though because we thought, as Park Point was going through the planning board process, that might be the opportunity for us to try to solve the sewer problem for South Putt and possibly Sewer 6. And so we were looking at the possibility of how we could connect with that to solve this problem. And so therefore, we were sort of focusing on that until everything came to a halt with Park Point.
We had, last year, we had a really nice project on South Putt next to the DEC that was very interested, and it turned out sewer was the problem. Without sewer, they just couldn't do it.
So maybe the Park Point sewer project is worth more than we thought.
No comment.
Does any board member have any questions? Okay, thanks, Dave. So I guess the board, I'll ask the board, does the board want Dave to continue finishing this study, or do you want to stop it right now?
Well, we need to submit it to get the money for Dave.
Yeah, we won't get reimbursed.
We won't get reimbursed unless you send it. Unless you only want to give us half your bill.
Well, we voted for him to do it, and we'll finish the project. Okay, I guess...
Well, I'm sorry, but you submitted a letter, whatever, a couple, we got it pretty close to the deadline. They wanted it in 3 weeks, and I think we got it.
Well, what happened was,
Well, this is-
they obviously wanted it a long time ago, but what happened was, I honestly, I really think because of what happened with us suing the IDA, that this was their way of like needling us back, where they talked about it at a board meeting about how we've been lax with the study, we haven't gotten it back. The newspapers wrote about it, I got phone calls. And then it was just around that time when you started to say the DEC got in touch with you about the potential of using, property on South Corners Road. And if I remember correctly, right, so we started getting back on it. So that's when we were able to, for you to write that letter that Joe sent off two weeks ago, somebody saying that you can finish the study because you have options, right?
The IDA, I guess, sent a letter or called Joe, and Joe called me and asked if I could give an update on where it was at.
Were we informed that we were going to be placed on the agenda of the IDA?
I was not told about this at all. Again, I only found out the IDA talked about it because I got a call from the press. So that's how I knew about it.
So they never reached out.
So when they talked about it the first time, I got a call from Bill Kimball, who told me they had talked about it the night before. And so I gave him an update, telling him as much as I knew. Then I read this newspaper article where the IDA said that they got our letter from Joe, and that they were going to put it on the agenda for the next meeting to talk about it. I only know that because I read it in the paper, and so I'm going to try to find out when the next meeting is because I plan to go. But no, they have not contacted me directly in any way whatsoever. I just read it through the newspaper.
I have no
Because I have
objection to dates.
because I have Newport's Google Alert.
I have no
Yeah,
objection
no.
to having Paltz and Associates finish their feasibility study whatsoever. I don't know. An opinion on that.
Yeah, no, we're not taking a vote. We're not taking a vote.
We're not taking a vote, but I
It was
said,
voted on.
yeah, you asked this, and I'll answer. I don't
Yeah.
have any,
Okay.
I'd like us to get half our money.
Right, exactly.
I would like us
We don't have to do anything, we don't even have to build sewer, we could just keep going along the way we're going, Newport's forever, but at least we'll get our money, right? Okay, thanks. So what we'll do is, if there's no questions from the board for Dave, we'll do public comment. I know there's a lot of people not very happy with us, and I'm sure we're going to hear it. All I say is that please try to manage your anger, and the chief won't have to remove you. Thank you.
My name is Doug Gilmore. First, I want to comment, I'm going to try to be polite, that I think it was undemocratic. I'm trying to hold my tongue here, that we've been here for over 3 hours. If the goal was to stifle the taxpayer input, it was achieved because numerous people have left over the last 3 hours. I don't think that whole presentation was really necessary. And after all that, I think the only point you made was that you said near, not next to. And there's a big difference between property near the high school and property next to the high school. Big difference. In terms of septic systems, there's a big difference between a septic system that serves a high school and a septic system that serves an industrial zone. In an industrial zone, I can only assume we'll have businesses that could be discharging chemicals and who knows what. So it's a little bit more than comparing what's there now and what could be there. And no matter what, I think it's a lousy idea to have a used septic system. The ethics law states that board members are supposed to function, they're supposed to act in a way to be above reproach. And I think, as you can see or you will hear, that people are not feeling as though the board functioned in a way that was above reproach. This is the second time this piece of property has caused a controversy because the owner of the property in question is a town board member. So you can say whatever you want, but the question remains, did you handle this in such a way that it's above reproach? Obviously not. There was an ethics violation filed about this issue before. I'm sitting here wondering if the property does not go for the sewer system, is the town going to try to put a town hall on it? I mean, are you going to have a plan D and an E and an F? How many times are you going to come up with plans to buy this property? So you may feel that people are being unfair, but you have to understand taxpayers have a right to feel as though they're being represented above reproach. You criticize the school board, town board member Barry. You're an attorney. You think that you handled this well as an attorney? This is the second time you've caused a controversy. So when you want to criticize the school board, maybe you should look at how you guys handled this. You've criticized the school board for not keeping you guys in the loop. I've heard that numerous times through the years. Did you keep the school board in the loop about this? Obviously not. So really, take a look at the way you're behaving. I see you smiling, Mr. Barry.
Very happy, Doug.
I'm glad you're happy, but I got to tell you, you should be embarrassed in how you've handled things. It has not been above reproach.
Thanks, Doug.
Oh, excuse me, Doug Gilmore is the name. I'm sorry, if everybody can please state their name so the reporter can accurately reflect who is speaking.
Tim Rogers. I'm here to reiterate the Board of Education's position expressed in our December 3rd resolution that we passed unanimously, declaring opposition to the town, citing a sewage treatment plant adjacent to or within reasonable proximity to the district's schools. Additionally, the Board of Ed also wants to share with the town board that last night we again voted 7-0. This time, it was to show support for the draft resolution Councilman Dan Torres composed for the town board to commit to protecting the health, safety, and welfare of its constituents in relation to siting sewage treatment next to schools. The Board of Ed is not just speculating about why siting sewage treatment next to a school is a bad idea. Our board colleague, Nick Pravacci, has over 15 years' experience as a licensed engineer specializing in water and wastewater treatment plant design, process control, and operation. He was also licensed with the highest level certification as a wastewater treatment plant operator. Nick has significant experience in wastewater treatment plant odor control and assessment. His experience spans facilities from small package plants to those well over 100 million gallons per day. He had responsibility troubleshooting facilities throughout the U.S. and parts of Canada. Nick has offered some detailed comments about various hazards that I was planning to share with you tonight, but considering that it's nearly 10:30, I'm just going to forward them to you. But in conclusion, Nick summarized his comments by saying there are many more risks and considerations to be assessed in siting decision process, but typically a facility in such close proximity to a school would not be considered. Thanks.
Steve Greenfield, Town of New Paltz. Absolutely not speaking on behalf of the school district. We already had a chosen representative speaking now exclusively on behalf of myself. Not only as a citizen and a property owner and taxpayer in this town, but as someone whose name and even I just saw myself in movies that have been spoken about all night here. I appreciate the effort that the people who put together this packet and this video that we watched and everything else that was put up on the town website went through to assemble it and present it. I probably appreciate less so all the time that was lost tonight for no reason going through it in this forum. The fact of the matter is that nothing in this packet, nothing in those videos ever mentioned the two properties adjacent to the high school. I will read now exactly the one section of the grant application, and it is repeatedly referred to throughout all of these documents and all of the videos, and nothing ever more specific than this. The South Putt Corners Road sewer corridor consists of a major portion of the town of New Paltz Light Industrial District. It comprises approximately 360 plus acres of land on both sides of South Putt Corners Road. It starts approximately 500 feet south of New York State Route 299 and ends approximately 500 feet north of New York State Route 32. To the west, the light industrial zone extends out a maximum of 800 feet, and to the east it extends out a maximum of 2,000 feet to the western edge of the New York State Thruway. See attached map, which you did attach. At no time, the only time that property adjacent to the high school that's on this map that Dave Klauser presented to you was ever discussed with any kind of specificity was in 1990 and in terms of being ruled out. I'm almost embarrassed that it was being presented on the website in this forum as evidence that there has been ample public record of discussion of this location, when the only time it was ever discussed was 25 years ago and in the context of being ruled out. Since then, there has been no specificity. We heard Mr. Klauser tonight mention that he briefly explored it in 1997, again concluding that it would be ruled out and not that it would be used. Yes, I was at those meetings. That's exactly what's bothering me. Yes, I did read all these minutes. Yes, I watched all these videos before you put them together for tonight. But you know what? I'm an amateur. seemed reasonable that a professional would double check it and make sure that I wasn't overlooking something. It turns out that I wasn't. There has never been a single mention of this location. Just now I sat here and listened to Councilmember Torres mention a phone message that was left for him that was prior to a meeting that the Supervisor Zimmet had with Dave Klauser, in which she made it clear on her message to him that she knew the exact location, whereas she has been denying that and saying that she didn't get it until after she had heard from me. And then she answered Dan Torres by saying that she's known about the location for over a year. Well, why didn't we? And I don't mean the school board, again, I'm speaking only myself as the public. But since I'm the person that brought this to the attention of the school board, that's really a very serious question, because clearly you would think that we would be an impacted agency and that we might have some kind of opinion about that. So this has been, I'm also very, very perturbed about two elements that have been asserted over and over and over again. I'm going to clear that up right now. It's been said that we adopted this resolution without approaching the town board to get clarification about the information. That is most assuredly untrue. This action was taken at a Wednesday night meeting. I sent a message to Dan Torres. Anybody who knows Dan Torres and I know that we know each other since he was in school. And I don't mean college. He lived diagonally across the corner from me. He was a colleague of mine on the school board starting in 2009. We know each other very well. It seemed a normal thing for me to say, hey Dan, what do you know about this? And I was quite surprised to find out that he knew nothing. So Dan, on his own volition, approached the rest of the board. He sent out a group email. What's this I'm hearing from Steve Greenfield? Eventually, Supervisor Zimmet, after conferring with Dave Klauser, actually sent Dan an email prior to the school board meeting saying, please send this to Steve Greenfield. It was clarifying the issues. It was providing Dave's summary of the meeting that we held together. And so the fact of the matter is, and this is amply on record in public foilable forums, not in people's memory, that the inquiry was made, that it was made in a formal way, that the inquiry did reach the supervisor's office, that the supervisor met with the engineer, that the engineer provided her with clarifications, and that she passed it along to Councilman Torres with instructions to pass it on to me, which he did prior to the school board meeting where this resolution was adopted. And so part of what's generating my ire at this time is that everything that was said about the school board taking this action without seeking clarification from the town board is absolutely and unambiguously false, like so much else of what has been said about this project. And I'm saying that on my own because I'm the person who made the communication, I'm the person who met with Dave Klauser, and so I am the primary source. It's upsetting and very unpleasant that I should have to stand before you at this time and give the exact sequence of events that happened to dispute assertion that was made at the start of this presentation that is completely false. One more thing, and it's been discounted and waved at like it doesn't matter. The supervisor's initial response to this was that Steve Greenfield just showed up at Dave's office and Dave let him in. She said that in an email, she said that again tonight. That is not what happened. Dave Klauser made a brief mention about the topic to someone else on the school board. I am the chairman of the facilities committee. I sent an email to Dave Klauser, which he will confirm, introducing myself to him and specifically the topic that I was introducing myself about, what my role was in which I was introducing myself, and we sent several emails back and forth between each other settling on a date and time. This was a formal meeting. The information was legitimately gathered. The proper inquiry was made to the town board. The town board actually sent me back a response in time for the school board meeting. Everything we did was absolutely open. All I care about is that it came as a surprise, was known by other people. It's very disturbing to me that Jeff Logan says he knew about it. Susan Zimmet says she knew about it. Dan Torres did not know about it. A former town board member did not know about it. And when I say not know about it, please don't dispute that, because what I'm referring to is the specificity of the location as opposed to the general Southwest Corners zone. That means that my elected official that I voted for and considered one of my delegates in town business was kept in the dark about this, besides the fact that I personally was kept in the dark about it. These are not proper procedures. These are not proper procedures for this kind of work. I don't even, there's no point in even getting into the ownership of the land, although certainly that had to be something that people on the town board would have been considering when they found out the location of the land, two of them saying that they've known for months, maybe for more than a year. This has been extremely poorly handled, and from a personal standpoint, all that I seek for this to completely go away right now is for the town board simply to say, we won't cite this alongside the high school. Just look at Dan's resolution, adapt it any way that you see fit. Just say, we won't cite it alongside the high school. We'll look at other places. Dave Klauser has said that there are other places. Jason West has said that there are other places. Just say that you won't cite it alongside the high school, and this is over tonight. I don't know what would be so difficult about saying that. What would be the insistence on maintaining a particular piece of property, particularly a piece of property that's owned by a town board member? But I don't understand what would be the need to remain focused on a piece of property when you know that it's in conflict with another local operation where this action has been assured to you. Go for an easier route. Take a look at some of the other places you could cite this. Adopt Dan Torres's resolution tonight, and let's move on from here. Thank you.
Dave, I just have one quick question. The information that you've been reading about the conversation with Steve Greenfield about this whole process, do you feel that all the information as you conveyed it has been conveyed accurately as you've been reading it on social media?
Susan, actually, I haven't followed that. It's been, I was surprised at such misunderstanding, and I haven't really followed it.
But you were surprised at a lot of the misunderstanding that was brought to your attention?
Yes.
Actually, there's something to amplify about that. There's something to amplify about that, which is that one thing that was left out of Dave's letter to Susan, that Susan asked to be passed on to me, it is hinted at in this letter from Dave Klauser to the IDA back in November, but was said to me explicitly by Dave, and I question him directly here, that the funding to make this purchase and construction is actually pretty much in place in the form of surplus funding from a FEMA grant that exceeds the amount needed to make repairs on Sewer 6, and that affirmative information, a general affirmative information, if not a specific approval, had already been received to use the surplus funding from that grant to move into the South Buckful Corners site as in accordance with what he was displaying to me. So there seems to be a conflict also between what Susan said about not knowing when and how she could get the money, and the fact that there has been active discussion about using the surplus of the FEMA grant for this project.
David, would you like to respond?
Yes, that's inaccurate. What I was trying to bring up in the presentation actually was the Sewer 6 grant, that we've made it through 5 steps and we haven't got the award. That's what I was talking about. It's not at all in place.
No, not only is it not only in place, it was a FEMA grant to try to solve the Sewer 6 problem. It's the FEMA grant for Sewer 6 that's been approved through 5 steps. We've yet to been awarded it, so that's the FEMA money, that's Sewer 6. The conversation has been had because the DEC would like us not to fix Sewer 6 and would like us to pump the sewer down to the village or some other place that we've talked about, only talked, me and you having lunch, talked about if we were to build another sewer plant on South Park Corners, could we not use some of the FEMA money, if we should get it, to help us maybe fund the sewer plant. We don't even know if that's legal, if we can, if we can't, because we haven't gotten the grant. It was for Sewer 6, to solve a problem for Sewer 6, which I will just tell you, the board, just very quickly, the Sewer 6 still owes the town $140,000, and I've been talking to the outside auditor about how to finally take care of that problem. It was for Sewer 6, FEMA money for Sewer 6, and that's as far as it's gone, and we've not awarded.
the town's grant writer believes it may be movable. If they get that award for the sewer 6 upgrade, they may be able to move it as long as you can solve the problem, basically.
If that money's,
But we haven't seen it in over a year.
okay, thank you. Okay, Josh?
In the words of Monty Python, and now for something different. I'm Josh Honig. Since the IDA has come up tonight in discussion, I'd like to make those of you who aren't aware of something that relates to New Paltz and the IDA that has happened in the last 24 hours. The Lago Casino in Seneca County has been approved. You might ask, what does that have to do with New Paltz? The following couple of lines I'm going to give you are excerpts from articles that appeared in all the newspapers around the state, but also a little commentary from me. Wilmerite, that mom and pop corporation that says they can't afford to pay taxes on the Park Point housing development project that they want to build in New Paltz next to SUNY New Paltz and claim they need a pilot to do it, is behind the winning bid in the Southern Tier Finger Lakes region. Thomas Wilmot, and he's the one of the owners of Wilmerite, the Rochester area magnate, won the Finger Lakes bid with a $425 million plan for the Lago Resort and Casino. He has sought a casino in New York for more than a decade, including one once for the downtown Rochester. Wilmerite worked, Wilmerite changed the name, they worked on the proposal for about 2 years, so that would mean that they were working on this while they were working on the New Paltz proposal also. So they changed the name of the proposal in June to Lago, and they bumped it up from $350 million to $425 million. Bingo, a winner, the sitting commission announced Wednesday. In the Southern Tier, this is another line from an article, in the Southern Tier, only Lago showed the financial wherewithal to have the viable project. Wherewithal. Tired. I say it with everybody else. And then the other interesting thing is the project will be the first privately owned casino in New York, and the stakes were high, with a $1 million application fee and up to a $50 million licensing fee. So I ask you, why would we have to give these guys who claim they don't have any, they don't have the money to do a project, any money, and they have the money to do this, which is an amazing project, and they're doing it, according to this, it's privately owned. It's not like one of those major Vegas corporations or anything. So I just wanted to keep it fresh in people's minds why we don't want to give these guys a pilot.
Thanks, Josh.
Just, I would say your name for the press.
Yeah, I was going to.
Thanks, sorry.
Ira Margolis. Why did I pick the wrong night? I'm glad Josh broke the stream, not me. Maybe I should hate him. The reason I made it a point to come tonight is to make the town board at least aware that Time Warner has issued a salvo, along with others, in the war against senior citizens. They are lying to the senior citizens. They are not abiding by the franchise agreement. And the problem is that when I spoke to the PSC, they don't know if they have jurisdiction over them violating the contract. And the reason that I came to the town board is that I know members of the town board are concerned about the senior citizens that reside in New Paltz. And I'm not talking about the rich or whatever seniors, but I'm talking about the poor seniors that are trying to survive the war against them by the government. And by that I mean we don't get food, we don't get heat, we don't get any benefits whatsoever. We get our Social Security, which basically is our money coming back, and they're even trying to use the CPI against us. Now, in case people don't know what the CPI is, instead of a COLA, it basically, the easiest analogy for me to make is that if you can't afford dog food, but you can't afford cat food, we'll give you the money to buy cat food. That's what they're trying to pass now. This is an absolute war. The reason I came to the town board, as I said before, I know you're concerned about this. I don't have that same feeling with because I'm in the village, And I don't have that same feeling about the village trustees. They seem to me to be more concerned about the freeloaders than the people, the senior citizens who have to pay their taxes and try to live under all these regulations that they passed. And the reason I wanted to make a point today to get this out is because I want also the board, because basically, thanks to Carol Conley, assistant, I managed to get an electronic copy, which you had up on tape, of the contract. And I compared it with the one that they gave me from the village, and they are the same. So basically, what I'm saying to you is although the village may not care, they have to be doing this to the town people also. Because when you call, you know, and I've gone through I don't know how many people, they give you the same line. Oh, we don't do that. I tell them we have a, you know, an agreement. They say, oh, we don't know anything about that. Said this. No, this is not my job. And I just want people to know, first off, for those that are interested, Time Warner is no longer telling the residents what their 800 number is, which means you, as a resident, are now paying to call them. It cost me $9 one night to spend 10 minutes on hold. But anybody who wants the 800 number, it's 800-431-8878. Call them on their dime. Don't spend your dime.
If you, Carol's away, but if you call her after Christmas, I mean, I think she probably has the 800 number, but if you want to follow up with Carol for it, she can post it on the website.
But I just want, you know, I understand that, but I want people to know now that if they're not getting what they want, call them for free. You know, why call them on their dime?
No, I understand. I'm just saying, call Carol and let her put it on the website.
The other thing that I would like to see the senior citizens do is contact the PSC and complain. Even though they say they haven't gotten back to me, they just don't think that they have jurisdiction over them violating the contract. But their number is 800-342-3377. If enough people feel that they are being discriminated against by Time Warner, let them call. I said my next step is the Office of the Aging because I think this is age discrimination. But that's my next step. I just wanted to take the time tonight to put this information out. Because I know the town board I know cares about this, and it's getting more and more difficult, particularly with, I don't want to go into the healthcare, but those of us who are casualties, if you will, of the war on senior, have to walk around in pain, suffering, and basically can't get the treatment we need and are scheduled to die. So I just want to thank you for at least this board looking at this. Thank you very much.
Okay. This is, thank you. Are you still have more?
Huh?
You still have more?
No. I just said I'll be out of here in a second. I'm just putting my notice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that.
No. I said what I had to say. Now I'll let those people get back to what they do.
Hi, I'm Michael O'Donnell. Actually, I was a gardener. I've got a child with Duzine and one soon to enter, and so let's get back to sewage. First thing I want to say is I'm certainly surprised by the course taken here at the meeting. Switch directions. I'll tell you that I definitely don't appreciate the 3-hour-long propaganda campaign we all got to witness here today, especially the very trend. I'd like everybody's honest, please. Everybody's honest. You don't need to take notes. It's not that important.
Is this a dictatorship?
Excuse me?
I was asking for honest, so that everybody's paying attention to me.
I just wrote down exactly what you just said. It was 3-hour
You
propaganda
don't need
campaign.
minutes. Yes, 3-hour propaganda.
Okay, I'm listening.
Especially the tangents that were very transparent attacks of contempt for the school district. It's disconcerting to know that we're going to live in a community where there's that kind of friction. It was unnecessary. I came here just to hear your side of the issue and to come express my concern, but instead we're subjected to it. So let's move on to something different. I'm looking at a letter here that's from Dave Klauser to Joseph Moriello, town attorney. It's dated November 18th. I'll read some highlights because, as far as I can tell, this was never made public. One part of this letter expressed that the first site for any sewage treatment that was anticipated became not available, and a second location was there after investigated. I'd like to know what that first site was and what made it not available. Then we move on. It says, within a few months, an alternative property was identified. It was offered for review by a landowner, and an investigation of the site began. A conceptual layout of the facility was prepared and discussed with the landowner prior to engaging the New York State DEC's review with regards to its suitability. Recently, a site visit with NYS DEC personnel was conducted to conceptually confirm that the site would be appropriate for the intended purpose. Remember, this is November 18th. This letter, never made public. More highlights. It was also speculated here to incorporate capacity for wastewater treatment needs that would be conveyed from two proposed developments that are planned to be located east of the New York State Thruway. These projects include an apartment project that would redevelop the 87 motel property and the Wildberry Lodge. The town anticipates that the developers will participate with a proportionate share of the funding of the South Putt Corners wastewater treatment plant. So there we see some mention of this plan, which is apparently not very far underway, of already sourcing funding. More funding. The town has been qualified for a FEMA grant to make the needed repairs to this existing, outdated small treatment plant. The town is hopeful that grant funding might be transferred to and also assist in the funding of the South Putt Corners wastewater treatment plant. The town intends to commence discussions with the landowner to establish a fair market value for the property acquisition. We anticipate that the results of the South Putt Corners road sewer feasibility study will be completed by January 2015. It's December 18th. If not before then, pending property acquisition agreements being confirmed. It sounds like this is much further along than you've been letting on, and I'm wondering why this document was never made public.
I will let Dave respond. I can just answer why it hasn't been made public yet. It was sent from Dave to the lawyer sent it. If everybody's forgotten, and I'm sorry that we're not perfect, we just moved an entire town hall in 2.5 months. Excuse me, you want me to answer it, okay? I'm answering it honestly. You don't have to believe anything I say. I really don't care anymore. However, okay, we had moved an entire town hall. We haven't gotten mail for a couple of weeks when we were in the process of moving and whatever. We haven't gotten through all of our mail. We haven't gotten through everything. We are backlogged, backed up. I'm sorry. It was an incredible process to move an entire town hall in 2.5 months. When we moved in there, we finally got started, we didn't have heat, we didn't have electricity, people were working in coats, our phone system doesn't work. I'm sorry we're not perfect. There's a bunch of stuff I have that we haven't even gotten through for me to start sending out to the board now that we can sit down and start looking at our mail and start getting on top of things and get on top of things and get things to the board members. It's not a secret, it's not hidden. It was sent to the IDA. If you watched that report, I talked about the fact that we now have a potential option. I sat there, I said to Fran, okay, I gave a whole update on where we're at, that we're going to be getting a letter out in 3 weeks. There was nothing secret. We watched it. It's in the minutes. I said exactly what was going on. We'd have a letter out in 3 weeks, okay? That letter went out. We were in the midst of the move. I'm sorry we're not perfect. The letter's here. I intended to give it to Dan and everybody else tonight. It's not a secret. We're not hiding anything. But I'll let Dave answer the questions.
The first question was about what was the other site, and that was the Park Point site that dropped out. There's been no acquisition negotiations at all on this site. It has to qualify first, and the town board has to accept it. As I said before, there's one other site out there that we're still looking at. We're just not done with this report yet.
But the hope had been to talk about land acquisition tonight originally.
If it's private property,
No.
there's going to be land acquisition.
It wasn't, no. When you wrote...
The Millbrook Reserve.
No. I know what Dan's talking about. No, he wrote something about this whole entire thing. So I wasn't sure if we did an update on what's going on, if it needed to be an executive session or not. I wasn't sure at this particular point. So I made a comment to you, and then you wrote back, and I said, I responded saying to you, right, whatever, it doesn't matter. It was just I didn't know where we were going with this, because I didn't know what was going on, because I don't know if I had talked to Dave at that point. So, no.
You said we need to start talking to the landlord about acquisition.
This is on November 18th.
We will talk about this after next board meeting, but it will be an executive session since it has to do with acquisition.
It would have been an executive session. We weren't talking about acquisition because I catched up with Dave. Go ahead.
If the board selects a site, the next step is land acquisition. They haven't selected the site yet.
And we had hoped for that conversation to be at this meeting, according to the
No,
email.
Dan, when I was responding to you, you were writing me
Not
about
done.
Steve Greenfield, getting in touch with you about the school board saying that we'd cited a sewer plant. And you know what, Dan? We were still working town hall. I was getting ready for a vacation. I'm sorry if my emails were not perfect.
I'm just asking the question, that's all.
No, Stan, you're making accusations, making me try to seem
I'm asking a question for you to clarify
You
an
wrote
email. that
something,
you sent.
what's the email that you sent me? Why don't we see what you first wrote me?
I just have excerpts of
Okay,
your
so you
email.
don't have what you wrote me that I responded to, okay? And then you
I'd
wrote me something
gladly
back
put
and
it
then I
online if
responded
you'd
to you
like.
again. Okay, so I am letting him speak. I'm responding, you're not reading what I wrote to you, that you're reading my response, okay? So you're not reading what you sent to me, how I responded. Then when you wrote back to me, how I responded you back again, okay? Do you see anything on the agenda tonight about executive session? No, okay?
Well, the
Because-
agenda wasn't formulated yet when the conversation happened. But it's fine, those emails have been foiled and it's okay, and anyone else can make their own judgment.
I'll just repeat, study will be completed by January 2015, if not before then, pending property acquisition agreements being confirmed.
I'd love that if it happened. We still have another site that qualify or not. There's been no selection made by the town board.
If I understand, Dave, though, correct me if I'm wrong, I think what you're saying, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you had said to me, until we had a sense of what he might want to sell the land for, we wouldn't have any concept of whether it was even feasible to consider the site. So in terms of talking about land acquisition, it was to try to understand if we were interested in that site, what it might cost, so then you could basically at that point assess whether it was a feasible site.
Actually, the only conversation I had with Mr. Copeland was to get the information that we used to talk to the DEC about. We did not discuss any acquisition.
No, I understand that, but in order for you to finish your study, what's being contended through your letter is that you're saying in the letter, we have to start acquisition conversations in order to finish the study. As I understood it when I talked to you, you said to me that basically you just have to have a sense of what the cost of the land would be so you could figure out if it was affordable to do the type of plant you're looking at on that property. So that's the conversation you wanted to have about acquisition potential.
I agree with that, but we're not down to just one site either. There's still another one out there.
And I'm sorry, I want Michael to finish because it is public comment, but, I will quote Daniel Patrick Moynihan here, which is, everyone is entitled to their own opinion, but not their own facts. And that is very, very true. And there's very facts that Dave laid out about this. We're going to stick to the facts. You mentioned me.
I'm just quoting.
I'm with you. I'm with you, brother. I'm on your team.
All right.
Don't you worry. I was at the meeting that had Mr. Copeland at it and had Dave Klauser at it. Not once was acquisition ever discussed. What he provided to us were plans, so we didn't have to go out and pay for plans that already had elevations on it and already had delineated wetlands. I've been on this board when we have gotten property. It takes a long time. It takes lawyers. It takes engineers. It takes people going out to doing surveys. None of that has ever been done. And if you want to go back, look, even a simple land, getting a simple piece of land for open space, I believe we spent, easily 6-8 months just in getting the lawyers talking, the landowners talking, and having surveys done. Plus, there's a whole bevy of legal obligations a community has when it buys land. We have not done any of that. You would see all of that. There's no negotiations going on. If negotiations are going on, I have not been privy to them also, nor is our engineer, nor is any member of this board. So I don't know who would be doing any negotiating. So again...
I think we've hammered this out.
Okay. I
am still curious, though, as to why a document which so neatly summarizes all of the recent course of events was one of the documents that didn't make... On December 5th, a special page went up on the website. Right? 2 days after the school board took their resolution, a page went up. It had a bunch of documents on it. It had a document on it where the time was taken to redact the 1990 study, to redact the first two options. Only alternative 3 was shown. So there was some time taken to post the documents. For sure.
I don't know.
Trust me.
I
was at Hudson Valley Volkswagen, looking for documents when it popped up.
It's fine.
There was the 1990 study, which went from page 1 to page 7. Showed option 3, that's it. Then about a week later, the full thing went up.
And I can say again exactly...
But why not this?
And I can tell you exactly why not, okay? Because this whole entire thing with the school board and whatever happened the very last week when we still didn't have heat, we still didn't have electricity, okay? And then I left for vacation. I was down at the airport leaving the country when I got an email from Carol who was trying to put the stuff up on the site, okay? And she asked me about this particular thing, or I'm sorry, this supposed site plan, or whatever, this thing, okay? And she asked about this, and I said, Carol, I said, I think what they're talking about is the map that they did for whatever. I'm at the airport, about to get on the plane, okay? Telling her about this, okay? I'm on the plane texting Carol, telling her things when we're taking off. This particular letter, okay, because again, we were moving. I'm sorry, we're not perfect. That letter was sitting on my desk with a bunch of other things. We didn't get the letter, I didn't see or open the letter until I got back from vacation and looked at it. I don't even know, actually, as a matter of fact, I think I called Joe Moriello to ask him to get me a copy of the letter. And Ann Berkeley yesterday went through all the stuff on my desk and found it, and they said, I think here it is, Susan. And I called back the attorney and said, thank you, you don't have to get it from me, I have it. Okay? So I just found it on my desk yesterday. I'm sorry.
It could have been made public before December 5th.
Excuse me?
It could have been made public before December 5th.
Yes, it could have been. It absolutely could have been public. If we hadn't moved town hall, it would have been in public. I'm sorry that we have not been able to do our job to the best of our ability because we had a crisis where we had to move town hall.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I have a different question.
Okay?
Why, when it was even being considered that that location may be a possibility, why wasn't it run by the school board? Even just as a courtesy to say, why not? It was being considered as a possibility. You've known about this site for a long time. Why not say, listen, this is not the only thing we're considering. We're considering multiple sites. We have this project in play. What do you guys think of this?
I can tell you that because Dave has not done a sewer feasibility study to us, we didn't know where the site was. We didn't know if the site was feasible, not feasible, whatever. It was just recent that Dave told us that the DE said they could possibly use it as a discharge. Dave probably told me that within the last 3 weeks while we were moving town hall. And quite frankly, everybody and anybody who spoke to me about anything recently, it was the budget, it was the move. I'm sorry,
But we just heard 3 hours about how we've been hearing about this since at least 1990.
Sounds like one split, absolutely.
But no contact?
Michael, there's no conspiracy.
It's not about conspiracy.
There's no.
It's not about. I'm not alleging conspiracy.
But it sounds to me.
I'm alleging lack of communication.
No, there's no conspiracy. All right, there's none.
So why didn't anybody contact the school board to say?
Because this is.
Here's what we're thinking. This is a possible site. It's right next to the high
This is
school.
my response to your question. It's a feasibility study that hasn't even been completed yet until maybe even tonight. And even the engineer's saying it's not even done yet. He hasn't finished his analysis. So.
You don't need to finish it to know where it is.
No.
You know where it is already. You could have brought it up.
Michael.
That could have been part, by the
Michael,
way, of the feasibility study.
feasibility.
Is it feasible to put a sewer plant
I'm gonna
next
let
to
you
a school?
finish. I'm
Did
gonna
we
let you
address that?
I'm gonna let you finish.
Very
Now,
feasible, according to
But
the
did you ask the board? I understand there's some, I don't even know where Middleburg, New York is, nor do I care.
Michael,
I
let me
understand that
finish.
there's some school in New York that has a sewage plant.
What does feasibility mean?
There's one, it doesn't mean
What
we
does
have
it
to do.
mean, Michael? Feasibility. Is it possible?
Yes, is it
That's
possible?
all it means, right?
Yes.
He has to determine whether it's possible. And that's it. It's very simple.
I think putting it next to a school is part of, is it possible? If you look,
It doesn't
is it
matter if
possible?
it's a school,
Might we show up at
church,
a town
a
board one day
farm?
with a bunch of angry parents
Is it
and other people in the
possible?
community saying, don't do this?
Michael,
That might be a consideration you take up in a
It could be
feasibility
a
study.
church, it could be a farm, it could be a hotel, it could be anything. But is it feasible? That's the only question he was hired to answer.
You should have told the board about it.
Hey, guys, can we stop over there?
You should have told them. I don't want to take up all this time, there's a lot of people waiting. You should have told them.
So
That would have
we should-
been the right thing to do. That would have been the responsible
You're
thing.
saying that Dave Klauser should have reached out and talked to everybody that could potentially be affected by any of the sites he ultimately picks? He'll never
Yes.
get his work done. He'd never
What
get
does it
his
hurt?
work done. Michael,
Thank you.
that's not a possibility.
Steve?
We'd like to wait for the supervisor to come back so she can hear our comments as well.
Very good.
Anybody want to go get her?
Probably is in the ladies' room.
I think she I could be wrong, but I think she's
It's been 4 hours, so I can keep rolling, if that's all right.
okay?
Yeah, use the bathroom.
Okay. We thought you left the...
I'd like to in a few minutes, but, were you waiting for me to come back? Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, I just want to use the bathroom really quickly.
We're just going to change the topic here a little bit. Excuse me?
Oh, you did say
I will, as soon as I make this comment. We're going to change the topic from sewer gate to Watergate. My name is Susan Weber, with 2 B's. I live on 130 Plains Road in the town of New Paltz, and I am one of your constituents. I won't go into all the details of our water issues on Plains Road. Hopefully you have informed yourselves by reading the report by the village engineer, who also happens to be the town engineer. And that you will, more importantly, read the hydrogeologist report that we are giving to you tonight. So let's cut to the chase. The village wants to take the water from the wells of the Plains Road residents, put us on municipal water, which will cost us hookup fees of a minimum of $1,000 to $1,500, and then charge us year after year to use our own water. Does that sound like a fair deal to you? As our elected representatives, your considered opinions about what's happening on Plains Road should be conveyed to the village board before their vote in January. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a copy to share? Great.
I'm Carol Pryor. I'm a resident of Plains Road and a resident, and also a resident of the town of New Paltz. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My comments relate to an issue upcoming in early January of 2015. I'm here tonight to appeal to each of you on the town board as my elected officials to seriously reconsider any planned use of the 101 Plains Road David Rohr's quarry property as a potential municipal water source, either temporary or permanent, as a solution to the Catskill Aqueduct shutdowns and beyond. The residents of Plains Road, Shawangin View, Locust Lane, and Woodland Drive have come together as the Plains Road Water Watch. Due to the adverse impact that the May 54-hour step test and the July 72-hour pump test had on our private wells and our overall water quality, we hired an independent professional hydrogeologist, Paul Rubin, to assess the September 30th Village of New Paltz Phase 2 Backup Water Supply Investigation Final Project Report prepared by David Plauser, the Chase & Companies, and Renier and Larios. Upon completion of Paul Rubin's analysis of that report and the data contained therein, as well as data obtained through FOIL, the following conclusions were drawn. 1. The test wells, PW1 and PW2, located at 101 Plains Road, have not been proven to be of adequate capacity nor sustainability as a temporary backup water supply for the village, town, and SUNY during the Catskill Aqueduct 10-week shutdown periods. 2. The test wells, PW1 and PW2, located at 101 Plains Road, have not been proven to be of adequate capacity nor sustainability as a permanent long-term water source for the village, town, and SUNY. 3. Use of the wells on 101 Plains Road, on the Plains Road site, will dewater wells on Plains Road, Shawangin View, Woodland Drive, Locust Lane, and beyond. 4. The aquifer, which supplies the water to test wells PW1 and PW2, may itself be dewatered. Then what do you do? 5. Hydrologic data collected to date on the 101 Plains Road site is insufficient to obtain a water withdrawal permit from the DEC. 6. A full seeker review is warranted. 7. Serious consideration should be given to the Walk Hill River as a permanent long-term solution to the New Paltz community's water needs. 8. The cost analysis of the 101 Plains Road site does not include the purchase price of that property, estimated to be $3 million. I have for each of you copies of Paul Rubin's report, his fact sheet, and the comments that he made before the village board meeting on Wednesday, December 10th, 2014. It should be noted that the cost of this report was invoiced at $5,000. and that was paid for by the Plains Road Water Watch, and it will be gifted to you tonight. I urge you to read it. Lastly, please remember, politics aside, that you have a fiduciary duty as our representatives to acknowledge our concerns and to support the conclusions that will ultimately benefit the residents of our village, town, SUNY community, and at the same time, meet that community's future long-term water needs. Thank you.
Well,
Yeah, no, that's fine. But yeah, no, we'll make a copy.
and
Do you have anything else?
Everything,
Do you have one for the-
no, I do not.
Okay, I'll make one for you.
We'll make one for us.
Why don't we take Jean's copy and we'll make,
Yeah.
she'll take Jean's copy, she needs it as the clerk, and she'll make a copy of course.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You got it.
Hi, I'm Ted Pryor. I live at 150 Plains Road, Paul Baker just spoke to you. When I spoke to you last, it was at the 2-hour meeting, and you spent a lot of time with us, asked a lot of questions, listened to a lot of things. And at that time, I discussed with you the various type of quality issues people on Plains Road have been seeing after the Phase 2 tests in July. And those tests have continued, both in conjunction with with Dave Clauser and the Trading Company, and then people have done their own independent testing since then. We decided we wanted to collect as many of the tests from our neighborhood and pull together what kind of problems we were seeing, get some quantification from the data we would collect. And I wanted to share that with you, and I have copies for each of you so you can see that. So we had 25 different residents who decided to share with us the actual test results that they got, as I said, in conjunction that Dave provided for them. And then the tests that they individually did. And then I tabulated up what kind of problems we had, like of the 25 people, how many had coliform tests that were above the limit, and that was 17, so 68% of the people had that type of problem. We also included turbidity, manganese, various things that are the same parameters that were in the town Phase 2 report, village Phase 2 report. So I have that for you, and I wanted to give that to you. I just wanted to mention the parameters. The time frame was from July, and they finished the Phase 2 testing through early September. So it kind of reflected when the well would have been active and not had recovered at any time. So it would have reflected what would happen once the testing started. The other thing I just wanted to share and make available to you, if you haven't had a chance to read the whole 754 pages of the Phase 2 village report, there's one page that's very interesting and seems to have a lot of information that people talk about a lot. And it's called the Comparisons and Alternatives. And it's all the pertinent information.
And so what I'd like to do is to emphasize two things about Paul Rubin. One is his impartiality. He gains nothing from, regardless of what choice is made. He's got no skin in the game. The other thing that I'd like to emphasize is Paul Rubin's expertise. He's got 30 years experience in hydrogeology. He is a respected expert in the Hudson Valley. In part, his projects include land, wetland, and water quality protection, aquifer and watershed characterization, and contaminant assessment. All these things can relate to the concerns that we on Plains Road have. Mr. Rubin is an expert in identifying critical issues that involve groundwater issues that are often overlooked by other experts. Consideration of these issues has often resulted in positive changes to proposed projects before approval, which benefit both the client and the public. Examples of recent project work are oversight and analysis of well field pumping tests designed to assess impacts on groundwater and surface water in the Catskills. Another is hydrogeologic aquifer analysis of a groundwater supply in the Shungum Ridge. In conclusion, Paul Rubin, after careful examination of Mr. Claus's data, concluded that using the Plains Road site as an alternate water source won't work. Please pay attention to these things that we've presented to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Gail Friedman. I'm a Plains Road resident and a citizen of the town. The town is not exempt from responsibility for this project. We who are most immediately affected by this live in the town, vote in the town, pay taxes in the town. And this project, as proposed, takes place in the town. And we do hold the town, along with the village, accountable. Environmentalism begins at home. The data presented to the village board last week by Engineer Clauser and reported in this week's newspaper, although that article arguably should perhaps have been on the opinion page, those data are misleading and inaccurate. These values do not reflect the whole enchilada, existing source that will work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who'd like to speak? Okay, so...
I'd like to move the resolution that I prepared for tonight's meeting that I distributed to the board.
I'll move it for purposes of discussion. Would anybody like to discuss it?
I made the motion, so is that second?
I said I seconded it for purposes of discussion.
Okay.
Now I'm asking if anyone wants to discuss it. Anybody else want to discuss it?
I would just like to say that we know we have other options, and we also know the school district could potentially hit us with an Article 78 lawsuit. And I think at this time, this would be a good move for us to do. I'm not sure what the support is from my council members, but that is what I have to say about it. And I don't know if anybody else has something else they'd like to say about it.
Anybody else have anything to say? I'll just say that we have a feasibility study that's being done. I think the feasibility study should continue. I should look at all our options, and we should explore all our options, because we don't know now what options we have. We don't know if we have any options. There might be other options that might present itself, because throughout this whole process, some other sites are actually starting to look a lot better. And maybe negotiations can change, God knows. But basically, I'm not going to be threatened with an Article 78. It hasn't scared us in the past. And so to change a study and get the information and then have the board discuss it and then make a decision, at that point we could decide not to follow through with it. But I'm not going to not do it because I'm being threatened. So that's all I have to say.
Well, I guess something I would say is, Dan, it couldn't be an Article 78, because that's an Article 78 is on is a procedural error being made. So I don't know what there would be no
town
threat.
stated that they would litigate.
Well, no, you said there'd be an Article 78, there can't be an Article. And the plan's going to include multiple sites. And I already stated 3 hours ago that I support us continuing to allow Dave to submit a search on it.
Yeah, and I support Dave continuing to search properties as well. I'm just saying that we cease to continue to search that one element of the other properties that are being.
And again, there's nothing that I see where we are right now. One is stating that the site that is near the high school is the definitive site. Also, if it is, there's also no evidence whatsoever from anyone that having a wastewater treatment plant there is, I don't agree with your phrasing there, that is putting anyone at risk. So I don't agree with the phrasing.
Say that we understand the responsibility of protecting the health, safety, and welfare of our constituents. It's the phrase that the supervisor used in the email that she sent to Maria Rice.
No, I took the phrase from, what I took was the phrase from them saying that, therefore be it resolved that the New Paltz School District Board of Education declares its strong opposition to the town siting the sewage treatment plant adjacent to or within reasonable proximity to the high school or any of the school for reasons of health, safety, and welfare of students and staff. And my response was, in essence, that you're saying we don't care about the safety, health, welfare of the students, which I take incredible offense at. And so when Dave does his analysis and he comes to us and we sit there and we're able to see that we're putting the kids at risk, I don't believe this board would approve a plan like that going forward. So for them to basically say that we're not considering the health, safety, and welfare, that's an incredible assumption that's offensive, especially, again, let's go back to the crossing guard, and Dan, what did I get involved in? The very first thing I got involved in politically was the Compact for Learning.
Well,
To
just stick to the-
I didn't write that resolution.
But anyway, the point being is the fact that I was responding to Maria, to the resolution, taking the different points that they said and responding and saying I'm very offended.
So I'm just reaffirming what you said, but if you have an issue with that, I'm open to an amendment to remove that section through the...
I think what I find also incredibly offensive about that is that the school board feels, and correct me if I'm reading this wrong, that there is inherent risk that will put the health, safety, and welfare of students and staff at risk, but yet one of the school board members completely approved the same exact style plan to go within 200 feet of dorms.
Didn't the...
holding students.
Didn't they ultimately deny that plan, the planning board?
Absolutely not.
They were denied,
No,
they weren't denied the plan. The plan is approved.
No, the only thing...
It's not really relevant to the conversation.
Well, it's totally relevant, Dan. You're saying that this plant is going to put at risk the health, safety, and welfare of our community.
I do not say that here. I'm reaffirming a point that the supervisor reaffirmed from the original resolution. And if you have an issue with that, again, I'm open to amendment, and if you want to strike that, by all means.
So the point being is that the school board stated that they feel that there is health, safety, and welfare of students and staff are being put at risk by putting this plant 900 feet from a school, but yet one of the school board members completely approved it because that was completely approved, that part of the plan in the EIS to place a wastewater treatment plant within 300 feet of homes. I have Dave here, of workers' homes, or 300 feet? I think it was 4. Steve, have you...
Lawsuit, they're building the sewer plant, and we decide to kind of deal with them. I don't know what's going to happen. Okay, we have different options on the table that Dave is exploring. He's going to put the options on the table. Then we as a board are going to decide and explore what options do we want to take the time to see if we can work with the village. Do we want to wait to see what happens with the Park Point lawsuit? Is this a good option and we think this is the best option because of whatever reasons Dave lays out? We have nothing. We don't have any information really for all intents and purposes. The only reason we're discussing it tonight is because Dave, doing his due diligence, reached out to the school board to ask what kind of sewer, what kind of capacity do you need? When they came in to talk to him, okay, Dave didn't hide anything. Dave didn't hide anything. He took out the map. He showed him everything. He explained everything. Dave wasn't hiding anything, okay? He hadn't come to us because he had to finish his study, okay? And quite frankly, I've talked to Dave, and we won't get into it now, it's too late, but what Steve conveyed to the school board versus what Dave said he told him, I don't think it's necessary exactly. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding, let me just put it that way nicely, okay? So whether or not the school board took action on appropriate information presented to them, it would have been better maybe if they called Dave in and asked Dave to actually present what Dave said, so they would have gotten it from Dave's mouth, okay? Then they could have taken their board action based on after talking to Dave and then take their action. Right now, for us to preclude anything till we know what the options are is short-sighted on our part, not us doing our due diligence. I'm not going to do it. We'll wait, we'll see what all the options are. Like again, right now, I have 2 other options. This is not my number one option.
And Dan,
it's not my number one option, Dan, okay?
Dan, if the school board decides to spend taxpayer money to sue the town board on something like this, I think you'd have a lot of people in the community very upset wasting their money on something like that.
I think we've seen a lot of upset community members tonight. So with that, unless there's more discussion, would the clerk call the roll?
I actually called the question. So, Kevin, you're recusing yourself. Okay, Jeff?
No.
I'm a no.
Yes.
Okay, motion denied.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So now let's move on to, Lori, you here for the skid steer?
Hey, Lord.
What can we do here that we can?
We can
go
do
through?
this
I know-
all really quick.
I know we do.
Why don't
we have
we
to
do this- why don't-
skid steer,
why don't
we have
we
to
do
do
this-
the warrant, we have to move
Okay,
money, we have to do the appointments.
it'll really take very, very
We
quick
have
to
to do
do
the,
almost
we have to
everything.
do the holiday.
We have to, okay, so let's do let's do some things real quick.
Let's do some things that'll make Rosanna smile.
Okay, the transfer, come on up here, but the transfer banking funds, it's just authorizing me to close the account to banking because of the fees. And, so I just want approval to be able to close the account as per the outside auditor's recommendation.
Are we doing the skid steer first?
What? I'm looking at the bottom and moving up. Okay, so I'm just looking at some quick things like the transfer. So basically what the resolution was, if you want me to read it, I'll read it. I'm just trying to get through this stuff. What is that? Okay, bank transfer. Okay, so basically it says, be it resolved that the town supervisor be authorized to close all the bank accounts residing at Bank of America. If you guys all leave, we don't.
No,
we
no,
can't
I'm just
vote.
gonna move the mic before it gets knocked over.
Be it resolved that the town supervisor be authorized to close all bank accounts residing at Bank of America and transfer the funds to the appropriate accounts at M&T Bank due to the bank fees being charged on these accounts. Does anybody have a problem with that?
Absolutely not.
Okay,
Nope.
can somebody move it and second it?
So move.
Can somebody second it?
Second.
Any conversation? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried. Okay, GCP budget transfer. If you remember correctly, I spoke to you about it at the last meeting. It has to do with the federal government taking some money back from the community partnership. We'll decide how we want to follow up on this with the federal government. But right now, we have to do the transfer for contingency into the GCP's account so we can close the year and take care of everything.
So
We
moved.
already talked about it. Okay,
So moved.
do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motions are carried. Millbrook Preserve adoption, the village adopted it, they did their presentation, we asked to, hold off on it. We don't have to do it tonight, but I was asked to put it on the agenda by CWASP. Does anybody have a problem adopting it?
I have no problem with us adopting. This was the presentation that was
Yeah,
given to us at the
absolutely.
meeting.
Absolutely.
It has not changed. I
Nope.
spoke to Mike, there's no changes?
Nope.
Okay, I'm good.
Okay, you
I'd
move
like to
it?
make a motion that the town board also adopt the Millbrook Preserve plan.
Okay, anybody second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried. We were asked by Rosanna and all the town clerks of the county to do a resolution requesting the U.S. Congress to prohibit the U.S. Postal Service from closing the Newburgh Processing Center.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried. We're setting the January 5th, I'd like to set the reorg meeting for January 5th. That is the night of our police commission meeting, so we already are booked for a meeting, we already have this room, so it makes most sense for us to do it that night. And we could reschedule the police commission meeting since we had it so late. And, if there's anything, we could also do it at the org meeting.
I spoke to Joe about that, and he was fine with
Oh, Joe Moriello?
it. No.
Oh, Joe Schneider.
Schneider.
Oh, okay. So, do you want to do it, start a little early and start at could you do 7, Jeff?
Set it at 7, I might
No,
be a little,
those-
set it at 7.
No.
Funds left in there, we've actually reduced our weight from which one? I did call Bobcat up today, and that is the price, it's the OGS price.
This is the 34,970.
They don't come off of OGS prices, Ken.
No, the 34,978 was what was submitted per a bid. It was received December 1st, it was the only bid that was received, and that was from Montana.
New York Rising, we authorized me to sign the proposal, and we did a thing proposing the redistricting of the constitutional amendment, which ended up passing.
Passing anyway.
Anyway, so do I have a motion to?
I'll move it.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion so carried. We had a special town board meeting on the 13th. We discussed the budget for the rescue squad,
There's ones in between.
November 19th.
There's November 3rd, November 5th,
I don't have those in this packet.
the 13th, and 19th. Those were mostly budget meetings and the town board and police commission meeting.
Do you have them? In this
With the
packet, I
email.
don't have them in here.
I emailed them to everyone.
My computer has them. It's okay.
Let's do the ones you have.
Yeah, okay, well, let me do this while he's looking at
Wait,
it.
which
okay?
one is it, which one's it, the number 3rd, you do have? Wait, you have the 3rd?
I don't have the 3rd.
About the access order, what it is if we move them up to the same access that we have, say,
Of the full ethics disclosure form to the town clerk on or before, or within
30 days. of
within
their
30
appointment.
days of their appointment.
Okay.
And then what happens?
no, that was the,
I don't find anything funny right now. Bob Hughes, his 5-year term expired 12/30, his 5-year term to expire 12/31.
No, he wants to be reappointed.
He does want, I was.
He does want to be
Yeah.
reappointed. At first, it was iffy.
Right, it
but
was
he
iffy.
does
No, but
want
it says term to, we're appointing to a term.
Right. Please use this letter as my application for position on the town planning board. As you know, I serve on the police commission for the town and the human resource committee for consolidation. I've been an active and engaged citizen and volunteer in the town and village for over 15 years. I'm currently a member of the CIT and Downtown Concerns Committee, and I also served as vice president of the Jewish Federation of Ulster County. I've owned my own local and national business in New Paltz for 18 years, and have experience with both large-scale negotiations and personal management. I have 3 boys currently in the New Paltz Public Schools, and I believe that you have my full resume on file should you seek any additional information. I do remember her because I actually did appoint her to the police commission. I was actually there for that.
I'll be happy to move in, Nicole.
You did move it, and Kevin seconded it.
Okay. So,
I just think that that's a little odd that we'd be doing that fast after we just removed a planning board member.
Well, we have.
motion so carried. Is there anything else we have left?
So again, all of the